Hello, everybody, and welcome to the A Team, episode 52. I am your GM. You may hear me referred to as CA or Christian. Either one is fine. Before we get into today's session, my players will give some brief highlights from the previous episode, and then I will give a very brief recap because, speaking strictly, not terribly a lot happened the previous session. And then we'll get right back into it where we kind of left off. So Sam, what's your highlight from the previous episode?
Well, I kind of said this to you that it's a highlight, but it's like when your teacher highlights something and then makes red marks all next to it, like maybe make a better decision next time. Because Callie done been a little too blunt with new friends, and she may have caused some hurt feelings that she doesn't understand.
It's just Callie's autism.
God, she's she's very straightforward, and she doesn't catch all the nuance. It's okay. I'm
Yes,
sure we'll resolve that and just all become closer.
sure. Yeah, I absolutely believe that. 1000%. Uh,
Gonna happen.
yeah. Kaze, your highlight for the previous episode.
Uh, Generally, Del getting to interact with everybody, particularly Gerblin,
So,
threatening to attack people and eat their face.
Gerblin will club somebody to death with a wrench.
Let the
That's not what
guys
we're
know
calling
that
it
she
now.
would put their balls in a vice grip if they touch someone.
All right. I think that is more than sufficient as far as highlight goes. So, brief recap of what happened the previous episode. Last time, the after overcoming just having a brief bout of combat with some fire newts who were just a little bit too hasty and thinking, oh yeah, just a random ship leaving port, we can totally take that. Newsflash, they could not. Uh, you guys continued on your journey towards the Goblin Fortress, where the fire giant Ginkui is currently holed up, along with the noble's son that he has kidnapped and ransomed. Uh, the first days of the first couple of days of the journey have been rather uneventful. Lots of rain. You guys got to know the crew, particularly Sama, as far as the crew go, as far as the crew members go, and Yamin a little bit in terms of at least Del kind of managed to get a positive interaction out of him. Um, you guys spent some time talking with your new party members, trying to get to know them, and as Sam stated, she may have accidentally said something that may not have been taken well, but that's something to be explored later. You guys, when we left off, you guys had just kind of turned in for the night of your second day. With that whole entire situation kind of having I'm going to put quotes around resolved. And I think we are going to just get right back into it on the morning of the third day, because I know that there are some people who are interested in getting some stuff done. Of course, as time goes, if we decide that I don't really have anything particular I want to do today, I'll just skip a couple. I will, as the GM, move things forward along through for a couple of days until something of interest happens. But yeah, I think we are ready to get into it. So let me go ahead and get the music going. And let me look at my weather table to see what today's weather is. Hey guys, what do you think the weather is today?
Rainy. Just like yesterday.
Yep. Alrighty.
We're not crying, it's raining.
As indeed. As you guys come to your third day on this journey, it is once again another rainy day. Uh, breakfast is breakfast is made by Sama, once again, he makes orc cakes again, much to the chagrin of Ember and Calligraphy. Ember, how of course taking Calligraphy's advice, is a little less rude this time and doesn't say anything, but does quietly ask Calligraphy for a good berry after breakfast.
Fair enough. I will go ahead and expend that spell slot because yes. Again, Callie will be low key about it. She'll probably let Tama enjoy a pancake or two in her stead, and then just let him give his compliments to the chef, which hopefully are pleasant enough.
Oh, Tama never says no to food. But yeah, to get to describe the weather, it's very there's a large overhang today as far as things go. The rain continues. It's no more downpourish than it was the previous day, and after breakfast is had, the regular crew in the form of Sama, Yamin, and Abu go to the top deck to go and essentially take shifts on pushing water off the top deck to prevent it from building up. Kasim, of course, needing to make sure that they're charting. He's charting a proper course. Is also on board the top deck. As for the rest, as a matter of fact, Gerblin actually has to leave her normal sanctum inside of the engine room to perform some minor repairs, as she finished her preparations the previous day of examining the ship and kind of figuring out what all she needed to do. Making that replacement pin, as was requested by Delg for the ballista. She also gets to doing some repairs on the top deck as well. So she's actually not in the engine room today. Before I ask you guys where you are at, though, I probably will make a statement of where others are at. Bessa is currently going to be sitting on the couch, is going to spend some time reading on the couch. What can Mal do? I hadn't given much thought to that. Probably taking inventory again to make sure everything is okay. And Ember might, let me go check how Ember's doing in terms of her physical supply of stuff.
I do have a thought for Kamal.
Uh-huh.
Maybe not just taking inventory, but making sure nothing's leaked. Because that is the major concern that we are pushing the water off the top deck for, right?
That is actually fair, so I'll have Kamal do that. Meanwhile, Ember is actually going to do some crafting, which she is going to do in her private quarters. Whereas Whistler is just kind of following people around, just trying to figure out what he's going to do. Whistler, unfortunately, kind of lacks the ability to do a terribly large number of things on his own without someone to assist him or without direction. So he's kind of just following around Delg or Calligraphy and then helping them out with whatever task they need to get done. So we'll actually start with Delg. What is Delg up to?
Well, he's been pretty damn useful to Gerblin so far, so he might as well join her.
Makes perfect sense. You did volunteer to help her yesterday, so she actually appreciates that even. So I'll move you to the top deck. Unfortunately, this is not a task that Whistler can help with, so probably he's going to be pestering Calligraphy today. So with that, what is Calligraphy doing?
So one of the things I was thinking is she probably does some stupid amount of pacing to decide if she should disturb Vessa or not. Because she knows she done fucked up. And she should probably apologize.
Oh, my Whistler can. I can actually have it close to me now. Shit! I don't know.
See, I guess Whistler would probably notice this.
Yeah. We'll start with Delg on the top deck, who is helping Gerblin out. And you are helping her with repairs. Let me just pull up my downtime on the Dawn Chaser. And that goes to make repairs. Would you like to give Gerblin assistance in making repairs, or would you like to make a repair check of your own?
I think I'll be assisting her.
Fair enough.
Because, yeah, last I need is for her to act like a spider monkey around me.
Alrighty. Kind of switch them around a bit. Alrighty. So, you and Gerblin are currently on the top deck, as she's got, like, a few planks of wood, some strips of sheet metal, as well as some nails in a bucket, which fills up with water as she just kind of sighs. This is why I hate making repairs in the rain.
Well, what else are you gonna do?
Well, yeah, you got a good point there. It's not like I can just let this go. What's the word in common for this? Fuck. Unaddressed. There we go.
Oh, okay, yes. I was wondering what you were trying to go for with on.
Occasionally. Smart. Right, so all I really need you to do is, well, there's some damage on the side of the ship, so I'm gonna kind of be hanging off the side. Just make sure that nothing happens with the rope. Like, I don't want to go tumbling out into the desert.
Oh, I can do that easy.
Thank you, Dale.
No problem.
Alright, so, all I'm gonna ask you to do is just make me a DC 15 strength or athletics check. Your choice. Like, you can either use pure strength or you can use your athletics for it, just to keep the rope steady.
Well, athletics is... yes. Oh, I forgot. I hit the wrong thing. There we go. Get this. Go. World!
Oh, that's
I do it one-handed.
Yep. You're able to easily keep Gerblin hoisted up over the side of the ship. As she goes to make her repairs, choosing not to use the mending spell, but to do some old-fashioned stuff with some of the supplies she has on hand. Occasionally, she calls up to you to kind of lower something down to her that she has there. A rag, some nails. I need this. I need a hammer. No, not that hammer. That hammer's too small. I need a big hammer.
Not your hammer.
Yeah. No, not your. Yeah, not your hammer.
I'm not talking about the size of your hammer, God damn it.
God damn it, Sam. Eventually, about, like I said, 1 or 2 hours pass, and somebody does something that's little not okay. As Gerbil is hanging over the side of the ship, you can't help but notice, as you're sitting there kind of holding the rope, trying to keep it steady, Yamin seems to be a bit of a dick, as every single while when he's pushing the water off the top deck, he'll particularly push it in her direction.
Yamin! What are you doing?
Huh? What are you talking about? He says, really kind of acting nonchalant as if he isn't doing anything. You can,
I'm not standing here holding this rope for my damn health now.
Oh, is somebody down there? Yeah, me, you dickhead!
She's gonna get back up here eventually, you know.
Well, it's not like I was intentionally doing it.
That'll stop her.
Don't. I mean, you can roll me an insight, but I think that's like DC 10. Oh my god!
Oh. Well then.
Holy shit.
You actually believe that Yamin is not doing it with any kind of mean spirit or intention. Perhaps it's because the rain is making it difficult to see any sort of expression he has on his face from the distance he is away. But he's just like, no, seriously, I'm not doing anything terribly on purpose. It just so happens to be that she's in the direction that's, where the vent of the ship is.
Well, we're kind of working on that, so could you do it elsewhere, please?
As Cassim, noticing a little bit of a kerfluffle, You mean switch spots with Sama? You got it, Captain. As Sama makes his way over. Morning, dog.
Morning.
I see you over there holding up Gerblin. You want some help with that?
No, I got Gerblin. She weighs a feather.
He blinks slowly. Yeah, but there's all that metal bit wood. You can't tell me that ain't just a little bit hard. As Gerblin shouts up, now that man's got muscles of steel, boy!
Honestly, I do have it. But it would be appreciated if you didn't, soak her.
Oh,
Because
no.
I'm the first person she's gonna see when she gets back up.
Oh, no. I can see that there's a little spot over here where I can push it off without getting an extra drop on her.
There we go. That's what and she'll be out of there before too much longer, I imagine.
I appreciate it. Is there anything I can do to help you twos out?
You'd have to ask the mastermind.
He kind of grimaces a bit. I'm just keep on pushing me broom if you don't mind.
Nah. I got you.
Alright, so yeah. 1 to 2 hours with that incident kind of slightly resolved. Time passes and eventually you and Gerblin finish up repair. She kind of shouts out, alright, you can pull me up, big boy!
Easy peasy.
As
And he'll hand over hander.
Thank you, Del. That was actually incredibly helpful.
No problem.
As I said before, you need to dry off or anything like that. You want to head on your deck, hang out near the F-Core, dry off? You're more than welcome to.
Oh, sure.
Alright, you and Gerblin head off underneath. Head up, kind of dry off just a little bit to not track water all through the ship, and then head towards the F-Core room, the engine room in general, to go and dry off. As you see, once she gets in there, she pulls out a journal and starts actually taking notes.
Can I see what she's writing?
Oh, sure. One part of it is just kind of boring, monotony stuff of, I used this amount of supplies to do this on this day. These were the extent of the repairs I had to done. But the other is actually taking some more detailed notes about, you see her looking up at the F-Core from time to time and puts a hand up against it, as if she's almost taking notes of its condition and stuff. As she notices you peeking over her shoulder. Something catch your interest, Elk?
Just seeing what you're writing there.
Oh! She holds it up. This is in case, if Kasim ever decides he wants to hire another engineer. I don't want to leave them, confused about what's been going on.
Well, that's awful kind of you.
Least I can do. Kasim's treated me nice. So, figured, least I can do is the exact same, right?
Might as well.
She closes up the book. Honestly, you're like the second nicest person I've encountered so far. Well, on the ship. Different experience. Don't know what's up your means ass today.
Me either. What do you think is going on there?
I don't know what's going inside that man's head. She, rubs her chin a bit. Did you beat him at cards yesterday or something?
No, he won.
Shit, he has no reason to even be. Whatever. I'm a goblin, I don't get to complain about that kind of shit. She says she picks up, and she, takes some water that she has nearby and takes a swig of it.
Wonder what else could be up his butt.
She thinks about it for a bit. Might be worth finding out at some point. Maybe not. He seems to be getting into a lot of trouble with Kasim, though.
He's gonna need to watch himself, or he's gonna find himself kicked off the ship.
Undoubtedly. Maybe that's who I should talk to next.
Not a terrible idea. Of course, you're welcome to stay here. I genuinely enjoy your company.
I genuinely enjoy being down here. One of these days, I might actually figure out how this thing works.
Well, I mean, if you're curious.
She digs through a couple of drawers and stuff, as she pulls out, like, it's twice the size of your father's book of grudges. As she puts this giant manual of tiny text on the desk.
If you're interested in learning.
My goodness, how big is that?
Oh, this is just the basics of F-Core.
The
F-Core
basics!
Yeah! The advanced guys is like twice as thick.
Oh. Well, I got something I can try reading.
I mean, if you're bored enough to read it, go right ahead, man. Been more than
I'm gonna
happy.
try.
Be happy to have a conversation with someone who can speak on the same level regarding engineering stuff outside of when I go to a port and get to have that odd conversation with an engineer who's like, we trade notes about what they're doing on their ship, what I'm doing on my ship, and what I can do to improve and what they can do to improve.
Sounds fascinating, actually.
She gives a nod. As she
Take it, examine it.
Doug will go ahead and take it off of her.
Oh yeah, to you it's not even heavy at all. It's like it's a little weighty. Like it's heavier than your Warhammer, which is concerning. But
Oh, I might actually use this to hit somebody with.
she thinks about that for a moment.
Actually, I wouldn't disapprove of that. Just make sure no blood gets on the pages. Occasionally, I do have to reference the basic book from time to time.
Sounds about right.
At any rate, though, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go check on a few things in the F-Core itself. Make sure everything's changed. Check the lights. Make sure the wires are all good. Make sure nothing's getting frayed or nothing's shorting out. Just the general testing stuff.
Sounds good. I'll go talk to Kasim real quick.
Go ahead and leave the book, though. Don't bring that out in the rain.
Oh, aye.
As you go ahead and leave the book on the table and head back up. I would say both times you pass by, you notice that calligraphy is having a conversation with what looks like Vessa and Whistler, because I am going to say that it's happening at that moment. But I'm gonna stick on you for a little bit longer.
Okay.
All right. As you head up to where Kasim is at, as you see, he's currently piloting the ship. Unlike the previous day, he doesn't appear to be doing any kind of stealth actions, though, which is an interesting choice. As he sees you walking up the, I think this is, would this be the galley? Fuck. My ship anatomy is not great, unfortunately. Anyway, you walk...
well, it's not how I would have set up the ship personally, either.
Yeah, I mean, I had limited choices. For you see, unless I wanted to build everything from scratch, I was going to. I got the choice of a basic ship frame or from scratch.
Oh.
Yeah, one of those was significantly more difficult. Anyway, no, Kasim sees you walking up the stairs where he's at. He's like, it's starting to get pretty late in the day. I'm surprised to see you. How are things, Delg?
Well, things are going well, it seems.
Oh, is that so?
Except with Yamin.
He lets out a heavy sigh. Is who complained about him this time?
You did, actually. You told him to fuck off and go somewhere else. Stop being a pain.
Yeah, I noticed that he was griefing Gerblin.
Yeah. Just wanted to come and have a chat. Find out what the hell's up with this.
He pinches the bridge of his nose as he's like, I mean, if you're willing to sit down and hear a bit of our story, I don't mind saying so.
Let me check my schedule, find out if I have to be here today. Oh, yep, I do.
I'd offer you a smoke or anything like that, but honestly, one, the rain doesn't do it, and you don't seem like the smoking type.
Oh no, no smoking for me.
As
Not in
he,
particular, anyway.
as he pulls out a flask of alcohol and passes it to you, but I know it.
Now there you go.
I don't think I've ever met a dwarf that doesn't drink.
I don't think they breathe anymore.
Humorous. As he lets you take a swig, then takes a swig himself. We used to be a gang of thieves back when we were in Samuga. We used to be a lot bigger back then. I was kind of the leader. But don't think that we didn't do anything terribly big. We rigged a couple of Ilkuku races, swindled a couple of nobles out of some money by messing with the book ledgers and stuff. But nothing terrible like mugging people on the street. That was actually against my rules.
Oh, good.
I know that thievery and stuff like that is probably not smiled upon well among Dwarven culture. Parting a man from his gold is probably just as much a crime underground as it is above.
Pretty much.
Sama was, he says he's kind of thinking about how the best way to put this. An interesting case. He's a good boy, but life dealt him a really shitty hand. I think that this is the best life for him. He doesn't have to beat people in the face to get money. He doesn't have to steal from people, and he doesn't have to do work or that he doesn't agree with. When I found him in Samuga before I hired him here, he was back to guarding the entrance to drug dens again. So this is a nice change of pace for him. I believe he's probably at least mentioned his mother. I saw you talking to him the other day. I'm not sure if he's talked terribly much about it. He's a bit of a mama's boy.
Oh, is he now?
He gives Kasim gives a nod. Indeed. He lost his dad in the war, so his mom was kind of all he had. Yeah, his mom and his 6 other siblings.
Oh my.
He's the oldest male orc in the family, and well, that means that he was next in line to help keep everything going. He doesn't look it. He seems like a very happy person and such, but Kasim takes a swig of the alcohol. He's doing better for himself now. I think that's all that matters. When it comes to Abu, well, he ended up getting into this job the same way that, kind of similar to Sama. Not many other choices that he had, especially when he joined my gang. He wanted to be a craftsman, but his family wasn't really the money type to be able to afford such a thing. I think even now he's probably only saving up enough so he can get his foot in the door regarding such things. I'll be sad to see him go, but I'll be happy to see if he gets a better life from this. And if this is a step in the right direction for him getting his life correct, well, I wouldn't be the man to deny him that. Of course, those two are not the ones that you asked me about. I just feel the need to go down the line. Yamin is different. He says he passes you the bottle. The glass. I probably shouldn't tell it to too many people. Yamin actually comes from a fairly well-off family. And gives a nod. They're a tradesman. I believe they work in pottery in Samuga. Yamin is shit at pottery, though. Doesn't really have a thing for crafting, so he's a bit bitter about that. Feels he's got a real chip on his shoulder. Unfortunately, what he did have a talent for was pickpocketing.
Oh, so he wound up needing a new life, if you will.
I think that this was going to be the best thing for him. He was one of the few people that didn't betray me. One of the people that got me locked up. So I sought him out, just like I sought out Sama and Abu.
So why is he having such a problem with Gerblin then, you think?
He lets out a sigh. It's either one thing or the other, and I couldn't tell you which it is. He's always had a problem with both women and... He's racist. Very much so. I'm surprised he hasn't had any problem with calligraphy yet. I've seen the way he treats tieflings, goblins, and...
I'm fairly certain he actually has. He's not made it overt yet.
I'm hoping that he will fix it, but at the very least he isn't, as you said, overt about it. It does piss me off, which is why I yell at him a lot. I want him to be better. I want this to be an opportunity in his life to make something good of himself. Damn, that's all I want for anybody. But he's really fucking blowing it. The womanizing thing has always been a problem, though. I wish Gisa was still here. I couldn't find her ass. She used to beat the shit out of him whenever he would womanize people.
Who now?
Another old person from my gang. I asked Adam before we went on our journey to help me, track down these people who I felt I could trust. Sama, Abu, Yamin, Gisa. They were people who were members of my old gang.
Aye.
Gisa was a quick-witted person. I think that's the nice way to put it. Real firebrand. She helped to keep some of the boys in line.
And why couldn't she get here this time?
I couldn't find her.
Interesting.
Kasim nods. Adam said he would work on seeing if he could find her, and he promised me that if he did find her, he would send her to me. So, hopefully he comes through on that, or he'll come and give me a message that she died in the ditch somewhere, which would make me incredibly sad to hear, but such is the fate of many people who live in poverty in Samuga.
Well, I'm hoping that she's gonna be found nice and safe.
You're a good
Open.
man, Doug. Thank you for trying to look out for my crew, by the way. Don't think I haven't noticed.
Oh, that's nothing.
I assume it's a part of the whole culture that you come from.
What, helping out a little?
I mean, the natural leadership thing. You seem to have a talent for it.
Oh, no. That ain't nothing of the kind. I'm just doing my duty. Helping out.
You won over Gerblin quick, and that's not an easy thing to do. You got a real talent in terms of charisma.
Well, that's just something I've always had. Lucky enough to be born with it and all.
He gives a nod. And if you need anything, though, at least especially, let me know. Or if you notice anything that's slipping out of my perception, also let me know. I do miss things occasionally.
Undoubtedly, I'll let you know. Hopefully, we won't have to.
He gives a nod.
Now let me go back to pretending to be part of the crew.
Oh, of course. Also, there is a bottle of, don't tell Sama, because I don't want him to drink it all. One of the barrels in the storage has Brockmandor Legacy. It's filled to the brim. Help yourself to a cup tonight.
Oh. Which barrel?
Barrel in the back. It's
Back,
hidden, it's
okay.
hidden next to the square crates.
Ah, gotcha. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Of course, it was an extra barrel I got for myself, but you're doing a good job on the ship. You feel that you need, and I've been told that needs to be rewarded.
I don't mind a nice reward at all.
He gives a nod and kind of goes back to, directing the ship. So what is Del gonna do next, so I can get an idea of what you're doing?
He'll go back to the deck washing thing like everybody else.
Excellent. All right. So before I switch to you, Sam, I need to take a quick 1-minute break. I'll be right back.
Quick, the DM is away. Cause mischief.
Right? I've already caused mischief last session, and I have I didn't get coffee today, but I do have caffeine. So let's see how bad my mental zoomies are. He's like, please don't let that happen again. I wasn't trying to do anything bad. Because I swear to God, last session I didn't know how bad I was doing until I was told. So
There was badness last session? With the zoomies?
I mean, I was definitely not a smooth operator. We'll see.
Alright, I am back. And mostly what it was is that she was so over caffeinated that her mind was going like a mile a minute. So she wasn't thinking everything through. But that's oftentimes fine. Just yesterday, last time it really bothered her. So that's why I'm like, take it easy, don't over caffeinate. Also, I don't want her to be up like a million hours after session because that's bad for her, particularly. Alrighty, but back and ready to get back in action again. Alright, so, calligraphy. You see Vessa is currently in the middle of reading a book that she's pulled from the bookshelf. She has the music thing turned on, and it's currently turned down kind of low in terms of volume, and it's playing some low classic music.
Okay. Well, so basically, Kelly kind of does the thing where she walks in the room, she sees Vessa's in the room, she almost does the Grandpa Simpson circle, but she doesn't. Then she walks in the room, but she kind of starts fidgeting with stuff.
And Whistler, of course, is in the room.
Indeed.
Hey,
So she's...
Hey, calligraphy, what's going on?
Hi, Whistler.
As Vessa
Much?
looks up from her book for a moment, then looks back down at it.
Yeah.
Whistler's going to roll an insight. Is he good at this? Oh no!
No, he's I don't remember him being a wise dog.
You know what? 14's not bad though.
Yeah? Should I roll for Callie?
No, we're good.
Trying to be smooth?
He senses the tension. Why don't you come over here and enjoy the music with me? Strike up a conversation. I haven't had much of a chance to talk with you and Vessa recently. Particularly Vessa. I would like to get to know you.
She does the robot walk. Sure. I think I talk too much, actually. Maybe. Yeah. And she kind of just looks at Vessa, and just sighs.
As Vessa closes the book and puts it back on the bookshelf.
Sorry. I'm not very good at talking to people. Ever. So I think I said something out of line yesterday.
As Vesa takes a moment. Also, I need to subtract a third level spell slot and a first level spell slot from her list. As she lets out a sigh. I do not believe that you were terribly out of line the other day. I simply was emotional. I apologize. It was not polite for me to step out of the room as such.
Well, I certainly prefer that over a fist fight or something. She kind of waves her hand. Being emotional is just a thing that happens. But especially since it's just Whistler and I in the room right now, if you have other questions about things, now it's not just me who can answer things. It sounds like Whistler actually is interested in a conversation, I assume. And she just looks at him kind of almost pleadingly.
Indeed. I'm interested to know more about you. I'm fairly new to the new world myself, so in few ways I feel like we can empathize with one another. As Vesa actually considers that for a moment. That is certainly interesting. I am slightly interested on how constructs of the modern day end up to be how they are now. As Whistler gives a nod, as he answers back, I wish I could answer a terribly large amount of questions about that, but sometimes the whole spark thing goes a bit over my head as well. It's been a journey of self-discovery.
Why, didn't Hymnox exist in your original time as well?
As Vesa blinks, you are aware of Hymnox. This I was not briefed on, nor did it come up in my conversation with Ledger this morning.
Aware may be an understatement.
Yeah, no, we aren't just aware. We met him in person. Well, them in person.
Spirit? I guess?
Have been to Logos. Indeed. It was a pleasant place. I felt very comfortable there. Of course you felt pleasant there. It is the place where a construct spirit would go to rest.
Really? Pip looked like he wanted to just run off the side of the walkway. Climb the walls or something.
That is the spirit wanting to leave the flesh. In all honesty, it probably had more to do with the fact that the one called Pip is a bit chaotic. And that did not intermesh well with the lawful nature of Logos. His body wished to correct the error by having him become one with the realm.
Huh. That sounds so extreme. No, Whistler looked very happy there. Above game, I think Callie passed just fine on things and didn't.
Everybody passed except for Pip.
Okay. I don't remember it being odd. I don't know about comforting, but it was more seeing gears upon gears and not seeing an end to it was kind of, I don't know the word, maybe made my mind bend a little bit.
Awe-inspiring.
That's a good word for it.
My
Phrase
own
meant for it.
knowledge of the plane of Logos is limited to only what I've read in textbooks from when I was a child.
think didn't Callie do a quick? She did a sketch of one of the beings, but never mind. I don't think I had her sketch logos. Never mind.
I would be curious to learn more about what has changed. There are gods from my time who I can no longer even recall. The information in my head that they existed, but their names and what they represented simply draw blanks now. I assume that these gods have died.
That interesting. That kind of explains what Hemnock said to us, because it seems that he was alive and then he wasn't, and then he's new again. Like the Hemnocks we met wasn't exactly the same Hemnocks that existed before. He in fact didn't know he had any worshippers, but we actually met. Prior to meeting Whistler, I and the previous group, including Pip, met several worshippers. That was in Retbon, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, in Retbon. They were
Fascinating.
They were hiding away because it wouldn't be an accepted religion, so it wasn't safe. Unfortunately. But they were doing nothing wrong, though.
To practice this religion than was in my time. In my time, Saskamet had outlawed many religious practice, his hatred of the gods not allowing the outward practice of worship.
There are certainly places like that here.
Certainly he had no problem with the worship of demons, though, to beckon to them to meet his whims and needs.
Callie gets a flare out of that, like not full feral or anything, just you could tell it unsettles her very, very much.
Yeah, the whole demons and devils thing still kind of goes over my head, as do the whole other planes of existence. The existence of Hemnock certainly brings me a bit of comfort if it doesn't ask a lot of questions of me, such as why I exist, which he couldn't really provide me a good answer on. Nor could he answer why I was built without thumbs.
I believe your designer would be more to blame for that.
Yeah, but he chose to give me a spark knowing I didn't have thumbs. I had gripes with that.
Well, fortunately, we have methods of fixing that.
True. The practical methods that... God damn it. Rumpus.
Rumpus.
Thank you. My brain is like, it's not Rufus. It's not Rufus. It's not Rufus.
It's his son, Rumpus.
Yes. The practical methods that Rumpus came up with seem to be more than sufficient. At least now I can open a door.
Back in our times, we did not have constructs of shape like yours, only humanoid in shape. Though the aspect of one sparking was still certainly quite rare.
As you say that, you see Doug and Gerblin pass by, heading downstairs. As Vessel then continues.
But that is a conversation that is neither here nor there, though I could probably talk on it for quite some time.
She looks down for a moment.
I believe Ledger's instructions were correct. That talking with you guys and getting to know you is valuable. And that clearing up the misunderstanding is important.
As she straightens up her back.
I'm sorry for how I worded things. I don't think I'm really sorry for telling you what has happened, since that, honestly, I think that's pretty important, but I probably was a little,
Those things were not what
what you said, which hurt me. I took those as information I needed to know. My need to read as many books as I have, and to gain information is simply to make sure I'm more aware of what's going on. Katam went to great lengths to make sure that I was ignorant of what was happening outside of the controlled methods in which he could feed information to us.
Well, unfortunately, everything I've seen is it's hard to get information about what's happening through books. Sure, you can learn about gardening, you can learn about a magic spell, you can learn about animals, but it's really hard to learn anything about what's happened. I know that that's actually one of the reasons I need to read the book I have. Because I don't know what's happened, and people don't like talking about it. Especially, I know growing up, it was really hard to get any answers out of my father. I was born right after the war. So I guess it was a little raw, especially after I learned from Miraquin that he used to work in the Dusk Legion, which you may not be familiar with.
Tilts her head to the side. What is this Dusk Legion you speak of?
Okay, I'm trying to recall if Callie knows a whole lot about it or just strictly a couple things that Miraquin said.
Just a couple of things Miraquin said because you failed the check initially.
Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to make certain. I don't know, but it seems like it was something about... It was something associated with the matriarchy and cleaning up the Eastlands. But she said it with a lot of shame. So I can't imagine it's anything all that great.
Vessa's brow furrows when you say that. The Geth cause did something quite similar when they were maintaining illusions of peace within Murtal, the Eastlands. She corrects herself. They would wage secret wars on people who did not agree with them, purge them, make them extinct, and they would do so all under the guise of secrecy. We believed things were peaceful. They were not.
I don't know that anything has been considered peaceful in my lifetime. More peaceful than prior, I suppose, but all I've seen is problems.
When you say that, that same look of sadness that she had the previous day kind of washes over her face.
Can I insight and see if Callie can put two and two together?
Sure. She's not. I'm just gonna say DC 10. She's not actively trying to deceive you.
Right, but should I do a wisdom check then, potentially?
Insight.
For Callie to understand. Maybe put two and two together what she just said is triggering this. Because I feel like there's such a... Callie is really lost.
Whistler
okay.
is giving you advantage. Holy shit.
Thanks.
Our insight fucking rolls today, bro.
It's like when I rolled on chance back in the day. It's like, yeah, she has bad wisdom. She has good wisdom, but rolls bad always.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so
The dice have spoken.
The dice have spoken. Callie doesn't fully put two and two together that this is actually tied to anything from yesterday or precisely what she said, maybe. if I can flavor it that way.
You may.
She kind of looks. What?
Just 9s.
All right.
It's almost
999 says roll
impossible for
20.
me to actually fucking do this, but
Okay.
Okay, you broke the nines, because, oh god, German. It's 999.
No. Okay. Continue, sir. Continue. Fuck.
uh, wait. You know what? She'll just be blunt. Wait, what? What? Did I say something? She, like, scratches her head.
Vesa says, that's... What you said which hurt yesterday is closely related to that, actually.
She already rolled with advantage and failed. I don't know what I said yesterday about there not being peace.
It would only hurt if you had lived through the times I lived through. In a way, I envy the fact that you were born at the end of a war. I was born into war. It is all I've ever known. Even now, I continue to make war. And yet, when my mother took the step she did, it was so that we would know peace, so that we could have a new beginning.
Callie just kind of, like, her eyes just go down, like, I actually think I understand that a little.
As a whistler, I'm a little confused here myself. What exactly have you been through? It would be a long story to tell.
Well, fortunately for us, we decided to pick the longest route to our mission.
This was a move based on intellect. It seemed the most wise to take the longer route to avoid as much danger as possible.
Her lip quirks. I'm just making a joke to kind of break the tension, that's all.
She blinks slowly. My apologies, I'm not great at picking up humor.
Neither is this one. She kind of thumbs over to Whistler.
Yeah,
but you'll get used to it eventually.
Over my head. But then again, as Vesa, I assume that many things go over your head due to your stature.
Callie just grins, just
as Whistler. Hey, that's actually a good joke. Thus, if I'm going to share my story, I wish to share it with all of whom I'd be working with. That would include Ember, Kamal, and Delk. I'm not sure if the rest of the crew need to be enlightened on such details, nor do I believe it would benefit them.
No, it probably would confuse them more than anything. But we can... She kind of looks like... We can put a bookmark on that. She blink, as in we can return to that later.
This is favorable to me. For now, we probably benefit us both to make more pleasant conversation.
Indeed.
Now that I believe the term is beef is squashed. At least that is the way that Ledger put it. As Whistler, yeah, Ledger would say it that way, wouldn't he?
I don't think anyone has used more similes and idioms than Ledger. I think he wrote at least half of them himself.
As Vesa, Kinkai has certainly developed some strange habits over the years. And yet this allows him to blend in more with the current culture.
Well, hopefully he enjoys it. He looks like he enjoys it. She kind of just,
As Vesa, perhaps over dinner we can discuss, well, after dinner. I can arrange a brief moment where we have a moment to talk amongst one another. Or perhaps one of you can arrange it. I'm not really friends with the rest of these people yet, so it would be difficult to make such a request of them. As Whistler, personally, I don't think Kamal or Delk would have a problem with it. It's hard for me to get a steady read on Ember, but if you're trying to be friendly, I don't think she would be opposed to it. The first step in making friends is to reach out the hand yourself. Or at least so I'm told. I don't really have hands, as you can see. It must be very difficult for you to make friends like that. Whistler interrupting. It was a joke. That was a joke as well.
And Kelly goes, well, he can always do this. And she puts her hands out. Shake?
As Whistler squints his eyes at you. I refuse to shake.
She swipes her hands away to make sure he doesn't actually snap at her. She makes it clear she's joking, of course.
Yes. As Vessa snickers slightly. There are other issues of which I am having as well in adjusting to the modern times. But those are not your problems to overcome, but mine own.
I mean, I don't know that I get along well in any sense of time, but I could try to help, I guess. I spent a lot of time around people in Dragon's Nest, even though it wasn't really having a conversation. I did a lot of people watching. There were a lot of people there.
I certainly have my confusion about why it is that you struggle so. Perhaps it is simply because I have not immersed myself terribly in the culture.
Well.
As a Whistler actually takes the front on this. It's because she's a tiefling. Just like because I'm a construct. Or because the engineer Gerblin is a goblin. We'll all be treated differently because of that. Some people don't like us just for being what we are. As Vessa clenches her fist tightly. That should have died with the Geth cause.
Well, if Gaius can be believed, it's not as big of a deal in other regions, at least in Central. But I've never been there, so I don't know. This is all I've ever known. And, well, it sucks, but it's all I've known, so I'm used to it. I'm used to working around it. Most of the time. And then she thinks for a second. I do have an item that let me appear human that I was thinking of using in town. Just to see the other side.
Gifted me with such an item as well. It allows me to cast Disguise Self for an hour in order for me to make minor purchases. It makes my appearance look more like that of an elf.
Ah, that sounds pretty much like the item I have. I'm not able to use it right now.
What is your magical item called?
I believe it's Masquerade Tattoo is what Gaius told me it was called when he identified it.
A similar name to my own item. Mine is called a Charm of Masquerade. Masquerade Charm.
Well, perhaps we can both try it out. Not have the odd looks. You don't need to worry. You shouldn't need to worry in Dragon's Nest. I couldn't say that you look like a very common race that people see, so they may look regardless. And there it is heavy tourism.
Everyone seems to mistake me for an elf, though. Albeit they call me Frog Elf, Toad Elf. Once again, roll me an insight. DC is 10. Please.
Finally.
It's finally a pass. When she says that, she's putting on a brave face, but it's clear it's hurting her feelings.
Well, elves are very rare to see. I believe Mirquin may have been close to the first I've seen. I've seen drow, but they're not exactly the same. Yes. I saw them on a ship. But I was a little distracted at the time. And they were not interested in having a conversation. But we don't really see elves here. They're more in the Northland, so they probably just don't understand. I mean, she kind of rubs her face. Pip didn't understand that I'm not an elf either at first.
The Sylvans did survive their traversal to the plains of the Fae in order to escape the cataclysm.
I did not follow all of that, but
She shakes her head.
yes, there are Fae involved, and I know of a cataclysm, but I don't know pretty much anything about that.
The shorthand of the story, of the longer version that I will potentially give later, is that when the option of starving to death was upon us, the elves chose to flee to the plane of the Fae. I'm glad that that worked out for them.
Huh. I wonder if that's... I wonder if Goodberry has anything to do with that. Speaking of, did you eat earlier? I know that it's not the most tasty thing. It kind of tasted like dirt. I have a Goodberry if you were still hungry.
Taste does not matter. It is nourishment, and I must be thankful for it.
That is the only... I would rather eat a Goodberry in that case. And she holds them up.
What is
because she had cast
you
it.
continue to speak of? I've never heard of such a spell.
I can... There's a spell that I can cast, and it gives me 10 berries. And one berry is... when I eat it, I do not hunger for a day.
When you say that, Bessa... You know what? Roll me an insight. It's DC 5. She's having an existential crisis over you saying that.
Callie will hold out a Goodberry to her if she wants to examine it. I actually casted it this morning because I'm not a fan of the pancakes, and neither is Ember.
If such a spell had existed during my time, so many wouldn't have suffered.
You still have to drink, but it makes a difference. And since I don't normally like to spend time in large towns around people, they don't really like to sell things for a reasonable price to me. This suffices. Especially because it does matter how things taste to me.
Perhaps I shall learn the importance of taste while spending time in your company.
Well, if we visit Dragon's Nest, I know just the place to show you. She kind of rubs her chin. I wonder, I don't know how old Magnus is. I wonder if he might know something. If he is... I don't know, how old does she know what Magnus is? She knows what he is. She knows he's a beholder, right?
You know he's a magical creature, you know he's not human. I say roll me a DC 10 Arcana to just briefly know the word is beholder. Oh my god.
That's hilarious. Callie just kind of rubs her chin. I don't even remember what what he is, but he runs the best eatery.
Some
And I don't know how old.
long-lived person.
Wait, didn't we say what he was around Whistler?
We did. Yes, because Del passed. Del passed it.
And since Kelly did say that out loud, that she doesn't remember what he is.
Yeah. As
Maybe
Whistler,
not.
I believe the word is behold. I believe the thing that Delk said he was beholder. As Vessa.
Oh, right! That thing. I guess that makes sense. He has a lot of eyes.
You had an encounter with the Beholder and you lived to tell the tale. Surely it must have been of glorious combat.
No. He's... Everything I've learned is he's not like a normal beholder. He thinks he's a human. A very attractive human. If I understand correctly.
So the Beholder's madness has manifested itself in terms of insanity.
She just pauses.
It's how that tends to work, Vessa.
I'll let you decide. However, he can cook really, really well. And most of the people who work in Dragon's Nest go to his restaurant. Most people who don't work in Dragon's Nest are too afraid.
Is the Beholderkin he spawned not indeed a problem within this Dragon's Nest?
Blink. Blink. I imagine she has no idea what's being referred to.
Gazers. So to speak of a minor example of something that might be spawned from a beholder who takes a rest, having a nightmare which spawns more of its ilk.
As far as Callie knows, has she seen anything that would make her, like, anything with an unusual amount of eyes?
She has.
I assume is how you would describe it. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No gazer,
Actually.
no spectator, not even another beholder.
I lived there for a few years. He was the only one with a lot of eyes.
I now must believe.
And there's also there's a spider's spirit touch. That's the only other person with many eyes that I can think of.
Spirit touched. Fuss, what is spirit touched?
There are people who have the traits of another creature, usually mixed with the human. I hope I'm describing that well.
Is this akin to lycanthropy?
This is... I don't think that's the same thing. Would Callie roll Arcana to know?
You spent time around Spirit Touch. I will have you not roll a check on that one. You know that it is different. It is similar but different. Essentially, the spirits that affect the Spirit Touched are considered benign. They don't cause any problems. Some are actually quote unquote beneficial. How you may look at it. Whereas lycanthropy is not a spiritual affliction of any kind that is benign. It is malicious, it is dangerous, and they have no control over it.
Got it. Well, I spent a lot of time around them, and it's more not dangerous or anything. They still have full control of their faculties. It's more like they just maybe have some extra features and abilities. The way I understand lycanthropy is it's a lot more violent, and I would not really call any of them violent offhand.
Something different from my own time. Interesting. I will make sure not to make this faux pas.
should I make these spirit touched?
Well, if you visit the bathhouse, then you will meet them, because it is mostly run by them,
Oh, you
as
have
they are a
bathhouses in
little
this town.
shy.
I thought communal bathing had died.
Well, you can... No, it's actually very common, depending on where you are. There was communal baths near where I grew up even, but these are... They have 3 different sections, and it pulls from a hot spring. It's actually very relaxing, especially when you've fought very hard and you've got some bruising. They also have massages there, but
To have the promise of such luxury in this time, something that had been lost to us after our war with the Geth cause. I would wish to partake in this. I have never had the chance, seeing as by the time I had grown out of adolescence, such luxuries were lost to us.
you could say that Dragon's Nest is a place of luxury, and usually you're paying for it as well.
She looks down when you say that. Unfortunately, I lack much in coin. I wasted the last bit of coin I had crafting a spell scroll.
Ooh, I'll help you out until we can maybe work something out with Adam. Because, I mean, we're about to do a job, which means we will get paid. So there will be money.
Indeed.
And I can probably pull some strings if needed.
If King Kai had the choice, he would spoil me rotten. However, I would take much shame if he were to do so. Ledger. Ledger is his name. My apologies.
Right, Ledger.
You keep making that mistake, and I'm going to have to eventually question it, says Whistler, chiming in.
Well,
Different time. Different titles. Different names.
in that case, would you say that that is something no one should call him by, correct?
She thinks about
Is
that for a
Ledger
moment.
only? I suppose we could ask him, but I don't want to cross the line there.
In private, he has told me that it is okay for me to call him King Kai, as it is okay for him to refer to me by my given name. However, I do not feel he would have the comfort of doing so, though I've noticed that occasionally, in the brief time that I was with him and Adam also referred to him as King Kai from time to time as well.
I see. Perhaps that's for the fact that they're very close as well. It is not for us. Just as using my given name or the Cyclone's given name are not preferred, we'll say. I don't like going by my given name either.
Vessa looks like she has a thought about that. Perhaps not about what you said, but something concerning herself. As she says, I think we have talked enough of idle things. I assume that you would be busy with other things, as I wish to peruse some of these books to see what information I can glance of current times, and what biological things have changed. There are many more flora and fauna now than existed in my time, or at least a vastly different flora and fauna.
Kelly gets this incredibly serious look on her face. And just looks dead in Vesta's face and goes, "Do you know what chickens are?"
What is a chicken? Is it similar to a space hamster?
Space hamster. No. Chickens are birds that you can raise for food. They lay eggs.
She
You
thinks
know
about
what
that
eggs
for a
are.
moment.
I am familiar with what eggs are, like what the reptilians would lay.
But this is a bird.
So like the corvids. You would eat the eggs and flesh of corvids.
No, we don't do that. We don't do that. I don't think we do that. Not normally.
I don't think you do that.
Look, they do weird things in Samuga I know nothing about. However, no, we don't eat sentient races. She like has to think through how to word that.
This is good. This was one of the practices that the Geth cause had that we were greatly opposed to.
Callie will think on it. I will have to show you what a chicken looks like later.
I would not mind such a thing. I just wish to alleviate the concern that you do like the Geth cause, or like our mortal, or like our long enemy, the Gek, would do as well, and feasted on the intellect of those that you considered lesser.
If people do that, I don't know, and now I might have nightmares about that idea. She rubs her chin. That might not be as bad as the demon. Whatever.
As far as I'm concerned, it should not be a concern as long as you do not know people who are doing it. The Gak had long been extinguished by my race, who were then taken place by the Geth cause, who were also extinguished.
One day I will ask more about that, but I'm not sure I'm ready.
Nightmarish tales which my mother would read to me when I was a child, of our horrid days back when we used to live in the astral before we were forced to flee to Murtal.
And we're just adding to the list of things I will have to think about asking later.
As Whistler
But you said you wanted to read.
That would be my preference, yes, as I assume you also have other things you wish to do other than bore yourself talking with me.
I don't know that I'm bored. Being on the ship is not my favorite. I would rather be off a ship in something a little more natural, but it's work. I guess she'll sit back and or help Whistler pick a book to read or something.
Yeah,
Potentially.
as that is something Whistler would enjoy. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and skip to nighttime then. If there are no strong oppositions to that.
Nope. Not for me.
Hearing a no.
Nope. Also, sorry about the coughing fit.
Oh, you're fine. Allergies have been a son of a bitch today. So, I'm the last person who's going to judge you on that. Okay.
Didn't reach up to grab the mute button like I normally do quickly.
You're fine. I barely even heard anything.
Okay, because
I wasn't even sure.
I had noticed there was a moment at least where it was lit up green, and I was like, "Oh god damn it!" They heard that. It literally lit up Discord.
Nah,
It lit up, but I didn't hear anything. That's why I paused briefly. Was actually because I was like, "Oh, is he saying something?" And then I heard nothing. So don't worry.
Okay, good.
I think it mostly Discord probably did the
Noise canceling.
down thing. Yeah. No
Thank
worries.
goodness.
Sorry, I got something stuck in my teeth. It's driving me nuts.
I'm sure that will happen to Whistler at some point if he gets something too gummy.
Mm-hmm.
This is the strangest bone.
Why is this bone Why is this bone stuck?
Oh God, he gets one that has like too much what's is it tendon and stuff like that that
Oh,
just gets gummy.
Yeah. Like when we
Uh,
get one, I saw Moxie get a hold of one like that, and ugh.
yeah, but yeah, no, I think the consensus is we have no problem with the going ahead and let time pass.
Alrighty. Eventually, time passes. If there's an activity that you want to do, you do have sufficient 8 hours to do an activity other than anything else you did. So, what would a preference be for an activity you did? I'll start with you, Kaze. What did Del do, if anything, with his little bit of 8 hours of downtime?
Hold on a second. Damn it, where's downloads? Where is the file?
Under PCs, there should be one called Downtime on the Downchaser. I can also hit show to players for you really quickly.
That also helps. Because I swear to God, I downloaded that.
Oh yeah,
That's what I was looking for.
Because I did put a version of it for everybody in the chat. Yeah, I'd forgotten I'd done that because it's been a while. It's been a while.
Honestly, I guess I'll go with just training.
All right, I'm gonna add. Do you want to use the training to gain an inspiration, or do you want to work towards the training where you get 50 experience?
Can I pull off 7 days of that?
I would add a tracker on your thing. I will add a tracker on your character sheet for it, where it's just like every single time you succeed, you're building, so that way you don't lose your progress.
Honestly, of everything else that can be done, yeah, sure, I'll go for the 50 experience for the giggles.
All right, well that's a DC 20 strength check, my boy.
All right, push the button.
Hell yeah! All right, I'm gonna add that tracker now. Total 7, 1. All right, and there I've added a tab there, training for EXP. So yeah, Del, you kind of just spend the day training on the top deck, lifting heavy barrels, helping with the exercise and stuff, doing a couple of pull-ups whenever you can, a few squats, few exercises with your hammer when you can even afford the space for it, and you get some healthy training done. What about calligraphy? Sam, why don't you let us know what's going on with calligraphy?
So she probably considers pulling out the guitar book and reading it, but then like her brain's already just too muffled by everything from the previous discussion. So instead, I want to have her do her God damn it, what's the word? Where's the thing? Woodworking skill.
All right, 8 hours
And
subtracted.
awesome. And can I say that she tried to use her learning to attempt to carve a chicken, but it looks awful?
Roll me a carver's tool check. Hold on, let me pull out my tools worksheet.
I just realized I don't even have those on my tool list. Let me add that.
This is carver.
Oh shoot, they changed. Didn't they change that in 2024? I don't think we've messed with it.
Carpenter's tool.
I don't have that. That's the
no,
problem.
it's woodworking tools. It's woodworking tools.
Yeah. But I don't have woodworking tools on my tool list.
If you scroll all the way, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, there it is, right there.
Woodworking tools. Woodcarver's tools. That does not help me.
Woodcarvers.
That did not help me.
Sorry.
I meant it doesn't help me on adding this because I don't normally do this.
All right. Just roll me a dexterity check. DC will be. This is a little bit more than carving a pattern in wood, even though technically that is what it's doing. So we're going to say DC 15 with disadvantage dexterity.
Oop, let me roll a second time.
One
Sorry.
more with disadvantage.
You said it right when I clicked the button. That's perfect. Yeah, it turned out like shit.
It is exactly what we wanted. As
Right?
you attempt to carve a chicken, but it's more like
A duck.
yeah, you end up
A
carving
rubber duck.
It's like one of those rubber chickens that screams. It's like that's what you end up carving
Oh
instead.
god. Yeah. So it's incredibly deformed.
Yeah, as Vessa is horrified at this monstrous monstrosity of a creature.
Oh no, Callie finishes it and then she looks at it and is like, that is nowhere near as regal as a chicken. I hate it.
Back to the carving board, she says.
Literally could draw it, decides to carve it anyway. It's perfect. But flavor. So 8 hours, got it.
Alrighty. Meanwhile, that's what you guys spend your day doing. So when dinner time comes around, Emmer's actually the one who takes charge of cooking tonight. As even with the meager supplies, she manages to make a quite amazing meal. It's kind of like it's essentially a spice curry using the rabbit that you guys had caught a couple of days ago, served with a side of rice, as well as a few garnishes of pickled vegetables. Everything is actually very well seasoned. In a surprising thing, Ember's actually really good at cooking. As Saba at dinner, we'll do a little bit of roleplay for this because it may have relevance. Saba, my God, this makes my oatcakes look like actual, well, feces in comparison. As Abu's too busy stuffing his face, as he's like, I gotta say, this is the best meal I've had in, like, a while. Like, I would have had to pay to get food like this at the last stand. As you mean, unsurprising that a woman's a much better cook than us men.
Pretty sure gender has nothing to do with it.
Doug would say something, but he's kind of got his mouth full.
Yeah.
If you ever met Fang, you would know.
As Gerbil is essentially doing the same as Doug. Just... by the way, this is a little spicy as far as stuff goes, and we're about to discover something about some people's
It's
spicy.
what?
It's a little spicy.
It's what?
Oh, it's not spicy at all, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not spicy to most people. However, as Vessa takes a bite, this is
Oh, I know that cough.
as her face goes from
she's just like a human.
as her face goes from like a shade of green to like red as she's sweating. As Yamin laughs. It's not even spicy.
Wait. Did you put the wrong rock in there?
I can't. As Ember, hold on, give me a moment. And so she disappears running towards the stock room instead of towards the pantry, towards the back. As Kamau is like giving her some gentle pats on the back. As Gerblin looks up at you now.
What's wrong with her? I thought it was delicious.
It is delicious. She's got the taste buds of a human. You know, you can't even give them, like, hardly any salt.
What? But salt makes everything delicious.
I know,
You
but
can't.
you gotta be careful with humans.
So you're telling me a human's never had a salt-caked ham?
Probably not. Or if they did, they only ate the ham bit.
Oh my god, that's such a disservice. Why would you waste the salt?
I don't know. Anyway, this food's great.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As
And, let's see. Oh, she came back real quick?
Yep.
Okay.
As
Doug was starting to think about, okay, I gotta go rescue the crying one.
As Ember hands her a cup filled with something, as Vessa takes a drink and she cools out a bit. Thus, thank you, Ember. That was appreciated. What was that? Oh, that's just milk. Where did you find milk on board this ship? Oh, we have a crate of it. As Kasim has this look on his face. Yes, it is powdered milk. But that was supposed to be traded to somebody, Miss Ember. As Ember waves a hand, I'll pay for it. As Vessa, the cuisine of the modern day has changed ever so slightly. We would not have served somebody something so vicious. As Kamau has this like smile on his face. Well, I've learned how I need to adjust my cooking going forward. Thank you, Vessa.
I will make sure not to let you try the things I eat at Dragon's Nest. Got it.
Alright.
You might pass out just like Miraquin almost did.
I treat her like one of the dignitaries from one of the Humies. Got it.
As Kasim stands up, he's like, well, matters of some people's spice tolerance aside, Ember, I have to say, you cook a damn good meal. Would you like to take over cooking duties for the rest of the time you're on the ship? Maybe 4 out of the 5 days of the, maybe 4 out of the 7 days of the week I'll take care of it, and then the other 3 days somebody else can, but sure, why not? Everyone seemed to enjoy themselves. I'll make a mild batch for Vessa going forward. As Vessa looks left and right, did I do something wrong? No, not at all, sweetie. Everyone handles things differently.
No, it's fine. There's a lot of people who don't eat spicy things with comfort.
Did Vessa nearly die of 1d4 spice damage?
Like, for me, it just tingles a little bit. I don't really feel any spice.
1d. It's the wizard meme. Wizard dies of 1d4 emotional damage. Wizard dies of 1d4 spicy damage.
God dang it.
Alright, so, with dinner being done, and everyone, getting up to go, Vessa looks towards the rest of you, looks towards everyone else, and starts to panic ever so slightly.
Also, I wanted to add one thing on the previous part. Callie would lean towards her and say, in the meantime, if you need to eat the good berry, then that's fine too. I believe Ember understands.
I will, if I need use of good berry, I will talk to you regarding so. As of course, as I described, Vessa sees everyone getting up and about to leave and starts to panic. Like, because calligraphy, you're aware she wanted to have that talking together with people, but it's like,
Hey, A-Team, we'd like to discuss plans and such.
ah,
Easy. Up front.
Vessa looks at everybody. Someplace comfortable would be preferred. As Kasim says, if you guys need the lounge area, I can have these boys go head up and take an early bedtime. If you need a little less space, though, the cargo space should suffice.
I mean, we're probably going to be hashing over plans, so we should take the cargo hold, honestly.
As Kamal gives a nod, I have no opposition to the cargo hold. I was inspecting it all day to make sure there was no leakage on board the ship, and it appears to be in tip-top shape.
Also, I didn't need to roll that deception, right?
No.
Because it blatantly is one, but...
She even used the appropriate thing. It's like, let's talk plans.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. As Kasim turns to the rest of them, alright, boys, you heard them. They have use of the cargo bay, and don't bother them. This is their business. Particularly. As a matter of fact, he gives a stretch. I think it's actually been a while since I played cards with you boys. I think you're overdue for an ass whooping. As all three of them sweat. As Gerblin says,
Me! I want to play cards too!
as Kasim starts to sweat. Maybe you can sit without Gerblin. Someone may be a secret whiz at cards.
Maybe.
And because she knows how to count cards. And won't...
Unconsciously.
Yep.
There's only
Yeah, like, you
52
can't
of
tell her
them,
not.
and each of them are unique. Like, come on, it's not even hard.
Yeah, she can... there's no way to get her not to do that. I love it.
Yep.
I feel bad for her, but I love it.
So they go off into the lounge area to go and have a good time amongst themselves, whereas everyone else in the A-team heads over to the cargo bay. And I'm going to move you all inside.
Except for Delk, who stops by the cooking wine section of the pantry here, because he knows there's totally a good one in there somewhere.
Indeed, you find a bottle of, and I would have to look it up, but just because I do actually have a list of bottles of wine. However,
And one of them's a drinking one.
Yes.
Yeah, he grabs that one.
And you take it with you. As you guys...
Technically, he also has the okay from the captain to have a cup of Brockmundere Legacy.
Exactly. Why do you
But
think I
he's
wanted
drinking
it?
that on the way.
Well, there's also Callie doesn't really. You're not a big fan of the ale.
Oh, she don't drink at all. Yeah. Most of the time, unless it's
So
bad
know,
mental.
I'm grabbing wine for the finer tasting people.
Yes, come
Got
on.
it.
Mm-hmm. Or
Ember and
Ember.
Vessa probably will appreciate it, I'm
Yeah.
betting.
Mm-hmm. That social lubrication.
Uh-huh. Especially if it's not strong stuff that's going to knock someone on their ass.
That's not
The
what I was looking
lightweights.
for. Oops, that's the wrong music. That's the wrong music. I was looking for. I think this is the one.
Yeah, once everyone's like gathered together, can I always say, okay, I wasn't telling the complete truth, but I felt like it was easier to get privacy saying it that way. She kind of just shrugs like it was not a big deal.
Oh, what are we talking about? As he heads over to the barrel as well.
As Whistler looks over at Vessa, as Vessa, I had a conversation with Ledger yesterday, and I was informed I needed to talk to you all a bit more and get to know you better. And I figured this would be a good opportunity to do so. Tell you a bit about myself, clear up some confusion. As Ember lets out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. There's so many things that are that I find a little bit confusing about you that I wanted answered, but there wasn't really a good opportunity to bring it up. As Kamau, I think to each their own. If you wanted to keep your peace to yourself, I was willing to work with you regardless. As he looks at Delg, is that Brackman or Legacy?
Doug will suddenly push the box back in front of it. What? I don't know where this came from. As he just drinks it. I wouldn't know where that barrel was at all.
As he's like, am I allowed to have a drink of that barrel, or is that like your personal stash that you brought on board with you?
Oh no, this is a barrel that I have magically found. I wouldn't know of whose it is, or what would happen if it all just went away.
Kamal's going to roll an insight. Because he's stupid, but he's not unintelligent.
The unfortunate thing, because Elg is trying to play courtier games.
Oh no! Kamal, well, I mean, if all the alcohol in it were to disappear, yeah, I suppose it wouldn't be a problem, now would it? Says Kamal, as he looks for a mug of his own.
Uh-oh, that whole barrel's about to go bye-bye. Oh well.
Because he was gonna be pissed. Oh, it's funny though.
And here I thought you were going to say, oh, yeah, clearly he thinks Delg found that mug, the special mug that fills itself.
Oh god, if only.
That would have been a hell of a deception check to make.
Also, didn't Boss have one of those?
Yes, actually.
I thought so. I thought I remembered you offering that as a thing that existed for us to get.
Yeah.
All right. So, as you guys are sitting around in the cargo, inside the cargo bay, Ember, gets a little bit of a light going because otherwise it'd be quite dark inside of here, which may not be a problem for most people, but Kamau and Vesta obviously cannot see in the dark. As Vesta says, I wish to talk with you, but I definitely would struggle with where to even begin. As Ember chimes in, well, in the first place, our meeting inside of the last Sen was kind of quick, all things considered. So perhaps simply from there and a little bit more forward, talking a little bit more about who we are, where we're from, help you feel comfortable talking about what you need to talk about. That would help me feel comfortable, yes. As Ember, well, as I've said about myself, I'm Ember Alphanique. I come from Samuga. I think that's a good place to start. What about you? As she gestures towards Whistler. I'm Whistler, and I couldn't really tell you where I come from. I just know that I was made and one day I woke up. As Ember gestures to Delg.
Delg Gatekeeper of Glen Brockman, dear. Most of y'all only know the war is something is something in the past. I fought in it.
As Kamau gives a nod. I'm Kamau of the Nephilim tribe of the Southlands. I too am quite familiar with the war. I lived through it, fought in it. I even had the great honor of having left it alive, but then was forced to leave my home to return back here. As Ember pauses for a bit, that sounds like a story behind that as well. As Kamau shakes his head, I'm not drunk enough for that story yet. Perhaps.
Well, and I know that feeling.
As he gives you a knowing look. As Ember says, well, rather than going to Vessa, gestures toward calligraphy.
My name is Calligraphy, and I do have a given name. I don't feel comfortable yet sharing, we'll say. I'm from a small village in the northeast, near Duivant and the Cursed Forest. So I have a lot of experience with dealing with things that came out of that forest. Including, and then she kind of swipes through her hand, her hand through her hair, including Tama, who actually came from there.
As Vessa looks down, I am Vessa Sharaf. I am from here in the Eastlands, but from where I came from and the time from which I have found myself displaced from. We knew it as Myrtle. As Ember, and for the most part, even Kamau seems to get a little bit of interest. You could give us a bit more? Tell us about your Myrtle. We all here have had our experiences of the Eastland. Mine has not particularly been great itself. We don't need to get into the details of that. As Whistler, my most vivid memories are fighting in the war, actually. I don't have terribly large memory regarding a lot of things. But I do remember fighting in the war as a construct before I was sentient. As Vessa, the time that I came from was different. If I make stories of the Geth cause, I imagine there is maybe one or two of you in this room who will even understand the degree of what I've been talking of. Safe to say that they were a monstrous race of tyrants who ruled over Myrtle with an iron fist, bringing much misery, under the presumption that they were creating peace. And that was the illusion many of us lived under. Even though it was a painful time when we discovered that it was not so. She kind of leans backwards. I'm not sure how much else to continue with this story. Well, says Ember, you say you're from a different time. This Geth cause thing kind of goes over my head. I'm not going to lie to you. How is it?
I don't remember anything of that kind at all.
It was a time before the calamity. As that actually hits Ember and Kamau even with a bit of surprise. How are you from before the Great Cataclysm? Nothing survived that. Vessa shakes her head. Indeed, if that was how it were, then most likely we would not have survived if we had had to live through the Cataclysm as it has been described to me by Ledger. But that is not how we lived through it. So what manner of magic is it that allowed you to escape it? All the races had their ways in which they escaped it. Some fled underground, such was the Dunmer, she says, gesturing towards Delg, and the Dark Elves, as well as the Nyogi, and several other vile species. To some degree, it was even my understanding that the Thrycreen chose to hide themselves underground to escape the horrors of what was left after the war.
Can I do a history on that Dunmer?
Sure.
thing?
DC is 15.
Let's see if I get lucky. Oh, so close.
Damn.
Wait,
Uh,
wait. I failed this. Wait, no. I did. That's not a save. Damn it.
It's a check though. You can use your.
I thought it was only for save.
Nope, it's checks.
Okay, I'm blowing a freaking
Yeah.
win for 1d10 that automatically grants me freaking a win.
Yep. As finally you recall in your fucking history lessons as a literal child, Dunmer was what the dwarves used to call them as what the dwarves used to call themselves. They are considered the primordial ancestors of the dwarves. It's your ancestors, ancestors, ancestors.
Oh, the Dunmer. You mean the ancients?
I suppose that would make them ancient. They would have probably been the founders of your current clans, if not the progenitor of what you would become nowadays.
Exactly what they are.
The Sylvans fled to the Fae, and I've met at least one of their ilk in the forms of Mirkin.
Yeah, regular elves. Yeah. They turned into a bunch of varieties of stuck up or stuck in the woods or stuck up their own ass.
Vessa smiles at that.
In many ways, that makes them not terribly different from how they were in my own time.
Oh, okay, then yeah, they're pretty much the same.
Pretentiousness was in the blood.
The ones that got stuck underground, however, we're handling them slowly.
I fear to know what fate has transpired with the Dark Elves. They had dark inclinations even in mine own time.
Did they love spiders?
She shakes her head no.
Okay, so they got a thing about spiders now.
Seems like demonic influence has encroached upon them. There was a great demon spider in our times.
Perhaps. They literally worship the damn thing. I think.
As Vessa looks down.
Something like that. I'm not too certain on it. I ain't investigated it too much. They just got a big thing about spiders.
What about
And there's like religious iconography kind of stuff.
Do the Nyogi still worship the one known as Nagul, he of many eyes?
Yep, they
Well.
still do that.
So Nyogi is the name you knew for them as well. And I heard you said Thrycreen. Those are both names that we still use, it seems.
Seems like some names have translated, as was Loxodon for the elephant-like people, Ghelfi for the hippo-like people.
I see. But to answer your question, the Nyogi do still exist, and they... not all of them seem to follow Nagul. Some of them... She kind of like winces a little. I can't say this delicately. Many of them apparently worship Saskamet as well.
I suppose I shouldn't find this unsurprising. He had a powerful charisma, and his forbiddance of worshipping gods in our time often forced others to worship him as if he were God himself.
As Kamal grits his teeth. That sounds like some right blasphemy there. Or a man who simply wished to devotion to become a god himself.
I imagine that was indeed Saskamet's end goal.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
Though he was undone in our time before he could achieve such a goal. Though the Stellar Clavis helped to almost alleviate the circumstance of worship, so that he could achieve such a grand design.
Wait. The Stellar Clavis can make you a god.
It is not something outside of their power.
if I'm to take my primitive understanding of them. They are
That explains things.
They are the key points of magic themselves. They are the prime magic, given physical form.
That explains how one of them kept someone alive even though he was supposed to be dead.
I imagine that would have been the Stella Clavis of necromancy. Soskemet himself was obsessed with the Stella Clavis of necromancy and evocation. One of which the Stella Clavis of necromancy he used to unleash the great scream upon the land. Though I hear in this time you call it the Consuming Sands. As Ember, so that's your people's fault? Was, she says, shaking her head. Do not compare Soskemet to us. We would never have unleashed such atrocity upon the people. We were not so greedy, not so ambitious. We wanted only love and kindness. And yet,
He was a monster.
Bessa, and yet he was still my grandfather.
We are not our grandparents. And, yep, there's definitely something that could be read into that.
Vessa nods her head. Indeed, I ascribe myself closer to being to that of my father. A man who wished only for peace and prosperity, for us to all be equal. And yet his dream has died as well. That is certainly rough to hear. A little bit of it's still going over my head, if I'm being honest. I believe briefly it was mentioned by Adam that we would be, after this mission with the giant, we would be doing something involving Stella Clavis. But I had not gotten the full debriefing on that, as Kamau shakes his head in agreement. I also hadn't gotten a full debriefing on that either. So this is good information to learn, and makes it far more frightening that the Black Sun cult is after this.
Honestly, it just makes it make more sense for me.
As Whistler nods his head, it does make sense. Qatar is probably gathering up the Stella Clavis to make himself some kind of god, I'm assuming. Is that what information you can pass to us? Is that something you heard from Qatar yourself to confirm? As Bessa shakes her head, I would assume that is what Qatar wishes to do with them, but it would be unclear to me if that is his actual end goal. The man was an enigma to me, impossible to read. And yet that would fit into his ambitions. As a Whistler. So we were talking about before this. You said, I just want to know, with Pip, I'm able to understand how he got here, but you say things like the Dunmer. He says, gesturing towards you, Delg. They were the predecessors of the dwarves nowadays. Like, they're their ancestors, the ancients, as Delg called them. And even for the elves, they had their way. So, how do you end up here, as you are, without being something like a construct? As Vessa, it is difficult to explain. Because the astral is no longer a plane which you can access readily. Even in our time, that was still the case. As she clearly takes a bit of time trying to think about how to explain it in a way that can be understood. My mother was a master of magic. She utilized technology that the Geth cause would use to extend their own life by pulling space from the astral, and essentially created a small pocket space where, as she looks really sad, a select chosen few of us would rest until her plan would come to fruition. And what plan would that be? This is a little vague, if you don't mind me saying. Yavi Immortal. After the war with the Geth cause, the land was not fit for life anymore. Waters had dried up. Food could no longer be grown. We had only our stock supplies of what was left in order to try to find a means to survive and not go entirely extinct. As was the case, the Dunmer, as we said, went underground to seek shelter to try to find something, as was the case with the Dark Elves and the Thrycreen. They had the means and the strength to make that kind of journey. Most others did not. In the case of the elves, they had their magic, which would allow them to travel to a different plane of existence to try and seek shelter and wait it out. As she turns to Ember, even Genasi, such as yourself, had the elemental planes of which to flee with their magic. The rest of us were left to try and figure out a solution. It was my mother who refused to give up, refused to let us die and go extinct. She would rebirth the land. She used Geth technology, something that would reshape and bring life back to it. And my mother was successful in creating the technology. But it would not be ready in time for us to survive.
So you were supposed to return when the land was fertile again, basically?
Vesta gives a nod. 500 years was the estimated time it would take for Yavi Martal to complete. And yet that was not the case at all. To my understanding, it has been well over 3,000 years since then.
Aye, at least.
Vesta seems quite sad. We were supposed to have paradise when we woke up. We could begin anew. Have the peace that the Geth cause denied us. And yet when I awoken, I was met by the face of a Loxodon who had something of an angelic glow to him. It was odd, and it was the start of a miserable time for all of us.
That would be Qatar.
She gives a nod. We were nothing more than tools to him, to be used, to be utilized for knowledge. And unlike my mother's magic, which was gentle, as if putting into a sound sleep, his magic, which he would use to preserve us, was much more harsh. We would live the moment, 3 years in an awake darkness. I still cannot stand to be in the dark.
Sorry to hear that.
I wouldn't blame you for that. And Callie kind of looks around to Ember and Kamal. You need to understand that if you don't already know who Qatar is, he's an Azamar of Shemesh.
Miraquin has given me a brief mention of who he is, but I hadn't been aware of this level of awfulness. As Ember, also being stoic, so essentially you were Qatar's slave then? As Vesa gives a nod. I've been told that that term is not proper now, but that is correct. And unfortunately, many of my people are still his slave. Such cruelty has not been known to the Gith since our time with the Gyak.
I'm with the who?
My apologies. Perhaps a more colloquial term might be more relevant. Though I would not be surprised if you simply are not aware of what the creature is. The Illithid, the Mind Flayer. Delg, roll me a DC 20 Arcana.
DC 20 Arcana? You mean the thing I can't get at all? Because the best I can do is 18?
shit.
I mean, if you use a second wind,
I mean, yeah.
you
Let's-
might.
So that's a no for Callie trying to roll.
Oh, yeah,
that,
no.
then.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness.
Oh, it's 5 or higher.
I could. I didn't use my second wind for anything else today. Why not? Toss it out there.
Oh!
Ah!
One short.
Damn.
Del, for a moment, you think you might have something there. It's like, that
It
sounds...
tickles. It tickles. It's familiar. I swear. I know that.
But it
Oh
just
my
eludes
God.
you. As she says, the Illithids were cruel creatures, completely lacking in empathy and kindness. They enslaved and tortured many. We were used as a food source in some cases. They feasted on the brains of living individuals. As Whistler,
Oh, that's creepy.
that is very creepy and monstrous. Well, I'm certainly
Yep.
glad
Yep.
to-
As I said earlier, nightmares. I'm going to have nightmares about that.
I'm certainly happy we live in a time without them, says Kamau. Yeesh. There is
Yep.
more to my story, of course, but
Please.
such details may be difficult to describe. I simply wish that sharing these details with you would hopefully make you understand me better. Ledger told me I was perhaps being a bit too standoffish and it was creating difficulty. I don't share these things with you expecting anything back. Simply that the hope would be you could understand me better.
I'm all for that as much as you want to share.
As Ember, so is this going to be the time where we all suddenly just spill our guts about our deep personal and family secrets then?
I mean, if you wanna, we got a whole barrel of Brockwinder Legacy over there. If he needs it.
Callie's eyes just kind of like dart
Yeah.
to the side, like, no.
As
That
Ember,
doesn't have to be the only one.
as Ember gestures, bring me a cup of it, gods.
They'll go ahead and just grab the barrel and stick it in the middle.
As you hand Ember the cup, and she's like, well, to make things fair with you, Ember, as she gulps the whole thing down.
To Vesa?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I was like, nope, that was Ember's voice, not Vesa's.
Thank you for the correction. To be fair to you, Vessa, I understand what it's like to have a bad time as well. I don't think I'm completely... You guys are close friends, not close enough... Well, acquaintances. Not close enough for me to share some deep family secrets, but I can at least share this much. I spent a year as a slave. So, I understand.
Oof. How'd that happen?
She looks at the empty cup as she taps the side of it. I don't think I'm ready to talk about that yet. Sorry.
I can understand that.
As, Kamal gets another cup of the Brockmandor Legacy himself, swigs it down, as he says, Life is often not fair to us. As, he turns to Vessa. From the sounds of it, you've lost your family, and that is something I can empathize with. I've also lost my family as well. As he looks at his cup, as he looks at the bottom of his cup. But Gaddock teaches us we find our home and family where we make them. And at least to some degree, I believe that. As Ember gets up, putting her cup back down on the wagon in front of her. Well, this is all getting a bit too sentimental for me. So I think I'm going to retire for the day.
Have a good night, Ember.
Of course. As she's leaving, she keeps the door before a bit. Not all of us like it. Not all of us have family that we like and cherish. As she closes the door behind her, it appears that Kamal may have hit a sensitive nerve on her on accident.
Yeah, I think she has a family member she don't like.
As Kamal,
Can I insight that just because she did say something previously about taking
Yesterday.
over a role? Yeah.
yesterday she said something. You can roll an insight with advantage.
You.
Gods curse these dice on roll 20. Except for Den.
Oh, okay, I'll take a 25.
You can easily make the correlation in your mind that she seemed to get really standoffish with you the other day when you mentioned the thing regarding your own family. Particularly, it comes to mind that she made that comment about not everyone wants to take their family, but sometimes you do it to prevent somebody worse from taking the role.
Right. Which is not exactly something Callie can share for her, but she thinks about it for a moment. Clearly, family is a bit of a sensitive subject for her. I don't think that her role is out of want as much as the sense of duty.
As Vessa,
That's the feeling I get anyway.
I can certainly understand that. As Kamal looks a little sad. I may owe her an apology then. I didn't mean to insinuate anything negative with that.
I think I owe her an apology as well. I guess Vessa wasn't the only person I offended yesterday. She just kind of scratches her head.
That'll be when she's ready to talk, then we can have that conversation. As
Oi.
as he turns to Vessa, giving a deep bow. I appreciate you greatly taking this moment to talk with us like this. I think it was helpful. As he then turns to Calligraphy. Honestly, good plan on your part, Calligraphy.
I don't know if it was a plan exactly as much as just trying to find a way for us to meet privately. That's all. I'm sorry, I'm not ready to share things.
As Kamau
People will see me a little differently, I think.
Kamau shakes his head. I'm not particularly ready to share everything either. And I don't think there's enough alcohol on this ship for me to be willing to share some of the things I've experienced. As Vessa, giving a nod herself, despite my intention to share as much as possible, there are still things that I have not been able to articulate, nor that I think I will be able to. They will simply come as they do.
Well, that's how memories and stories work, isn't it? We don't always remember every little detail all at once.
It is also hard for me to particularly be able to figure out what is relevant, what information might be capable of saving your lives. Unfortunately, one bit of information that might be capable of saving your lives is something that I'm unfortunately lacking knowledge of. I wish I had more knowledge of the Stella Clavis, truly. I would be more than happy to share it with you. But unfortunately, that was knowledge that was forbidden even for my sake. My mother was quick to want to dispose of them once the war was over.
Well, I think this is something we all experience and have to understand, because even Adam doesn't know, and he's told us as much as he could here and there, but he doesn't know what's relevant either, it seems. He didn't tell us about Qatar when me and the other team first went into Saskamet's tomb. We didn't know what we were going to face. We just knew we were looking for a relic. So perhaps things weren't relevant, but
When you mentioned Saskabet's tomb, she looks at you for a bit. She's like,
So, you also saw my father then?
I wasn't quite aware who he was, but Pip spent time with one in particular that I think he was.
Did he die admirably?
I should think so. But there's nothing I can tell from the years of dust that were in that room. The sands of time were trying to hide it.
That is fair.
I believe Pip had a recording device of some sort. I didn't quite understand the technology, but
He did try to give me my father's blade, but he did not mention he had a recording device of my father. I would have loved to have heard it, to have received it.
above game, Pip kept that. Adam did not keep that, right?
yes, he did. Adam didn't keep it, Pip did.
Okay. Yeah, I know that it was played in front of all of us, but Adam didn't keep it.
Maybe it simply slipped Pip's mind. He seemed overwhelmed by a lot of things when I was conversing with him.
It's hard to say. I spent quite a bit of time with him, and I couldn't tell you I got a very good read. Because as much as he said he hated Soskamet, then I found out he was playing board games with him.
Oh,
And
that
I
puts a frown.
don't
on
understand
Bess.
that.
Puts a frown on Bess's face.
Istik.
So I don't understand. He made it sound like it was a way to get information, but it didn't make a whole lot of sense either. Sorry. I'll try to refrain from too much speculation, I guess. Maybe we can ask him if he is willing to pass along that device.
It would certainly be something I would appreciate having, more so than my father's blade. I wish to hear his words.
It is how we learned that you existed. Or at least brought up the discussion to try and find you. But I didn't quite... There was quite a lot of things going on at the time. I couldn't say I am even being coherent with my memory right now.
I think you have done enough. Is there any other stories that you wish to share with me? Whistler, Delg, calligraphy, Kamau.
Whistler, honestly, I don't think I could share too many stories with you. I could tell you about the time that me, Del, Calligraphy, Pip, and Gaius met Hemnox, but... As Kamau, you what? Oh yeah, no, we met God. Gods, plural.
Oh, I.
Well, a god and several... oh god. Every word in my head is gone.
That's an accurate description of the place that we went to, honestly.
Yeah. Like, God, what's the word when someone goes to another country as a representative? It starts with an A.
Ambassador?
Ambassador. That's basically what you would have called them. It's a good word to call them, I think. Representatives.
Yeah, there was those. The moments when literal gods touched us deep inside.
Escabal, how long do I need to travel with you guys to have this experience?
Pray that you don't. Because then you have to go fight a god
Yeah.
I think
who had just got done kicking your ass.
did I even know? It points to Delga Whistler. Did I even know you a whole week before this shit happened? I don't.
Unfortunately, no in my case, because, well... Actually, wait, we had known each other, well... No, I think you actually knew Delg longer than you knew me, because I was stuck up there fighting those Neogis and keeping those, captives alive. When you guys got thrown down into the maze.
Oh, don't talk about the maze.
There's so much. Callie just puts her heads in her hand. I don't understand this past month much at all. My life used to be simple, and then Adam gave me a contract.
And then it got interesting.
I'm certainly... My interest is much more piqued now than it was. As he reaches into the barrel, pulling out another cup of Rockmandor Legacy. As, Del, you notice that barrel's about half empty now.
I think we all expected we would have to pay for that barrel.
Yeah.
I mean, there's half of it. Kasim's still going to be able to get a nice bit of it. Just, tonight, we got a hold of it.
Yep.
I'm interested to see where this story goes. As Kamau says, I've been looking for something interesting to do with the rest of my life, and I think I may have found it.
What, taking contracts from Adam?
Maybe.
It could get you caught in a place like the maze.
A bit more fun than filling out paperwork continuously for the Order of the Forsaken.
Oh yeah, watching everybody go literally insane around you and start to attack each other.
But for me, it's being out there and actually being able to help people.
Oh, that part's the greatest.
He gives a nod.
That's probably the only reason I'm still here, honestly. I want to do what my father does. I want to end cults. I don't want to see more people be in the place I am. I feel like it's my fault. It's not, but...
As Kamau shakes his head, it's not your fault. There were some very irresponsible people around 30 years ago who made a lot of mistakes, and unfortunately your generation is paying for it.
Oh, I'm very aware. I met them. I had to live in the same village.
His eyes widen as he kind of comes to a bit of a realization. Oh, I actually know who you are.
Her eyes just did do the shame, just look away like, nope.
You don't have to live in shame. Your grandparents are the ones who deserve that.
They deserve death, is what they deserve.
Even I question the matriarchy's decision to keep them alive. I don't understand what good it could possibly do. As Kamau puts down his cup. But it is not my place to take another man's life, if there's a chance for him to repent for his crimes. Though I doubt that those two have the ability to repent for the atrocities they committed.
I would kill them without question. And you see she kind of... She gets a little feral.
As Kamau puts a kind of calm hand on your shoulder, and big hand.
Big hand.
And he's like,
It's uncomfortably warm. For him. Possibly.
if it ends up being your duty, then there's no way around it. However, I don't think it's your burden to bear to have to see those two off from this mortal coil.
You know,
They cursed me either way.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that if your grandparents are the particulars what caused the unfortunate part of your lineage, then I don't mind. I don't mind helping you out with that particular cause.
As Bessa gives a nod.
Not that I know exactly who the hell Kamel is talking about.
It might be better that you don't know. Calligraphy seems to want to keep it a secret for the time being, and I want to respect her privacy.
But it is like the full-on demon devil, whatever the hell, in the background, right?
They themselves weren't demons or devils. Though they did summon the demon lord to this mortal plane.
Oh.
And her eyes just kind of close in like that, that wince.
Yeah. I'll help you have words with them.
I'm not allowed. Or else I already would have.
As Kamal looks at Delg and gives a nod. I wish he were being dishonest with you. But those two suffer. Rather, they have the grace of the matriarchy that they are to live the rest of their miserable lives with the sins of what they've done.
And so do I, unfortunately.
As Vesa, this sounds like madness.
Sounds like court. Ugh. Wonder whose ass I have to kiss.
People do stupid things for power. They start cults. They start wars.
They doom civilizations. As Kamal, they break up families. As Whistler, I don't have anything positive to add to that. I'm sorry. Same to be that if you guys need a strong, he kind of looks at his shoulder blade, shoulder to lean on. If you need a good friend, I'm right here.
Aye.
Gee,
Good families get stronger under these circumstances.
calligraphy closes her eyes, contemplating for a second, takes a breath, and we may be visiting there soon. Setsuna said there's a gate that is trying to open.
That actually gets Vesta's attention. The gates still exist.
They still exist.
As
They've struggled to destroy them. Can hardly make a dent.
but the ritual to construct gates should have. As she hesitates for a minute, grits her teeth. Omega Zero, bastard.
Indeed. He's the reason that the cult of Nagul almost opened it. One of them.
That was that thing I tried to hit with me hammer, right? And it totally didn't work. Okay, yeah, that thing.
The thing that Gaius tried to shatter.
Truly does mean I will not know peace until Omega Zero has been destroyed in its entirety.
I wonder what would have happened if he actually had stuck the Stellar Clavis up to it.
As Vesa,
Vesa?
you're telling me that Gaius tried to use a Stella Clavis on the gate.
Yeah, he's about to touch it, but yeah, we were kind of not thinking that was the best of ideas.
Ellie gasps for a second. Your father. That's who we saw. Looks to Delg. The person that popped out of the sword. He said don't.
He would have known how to use the Stella Clavis to close the gate. Otherwise, it would have opened and unleashed something far more awful than even Omega Zero upon us. Something so awful even the Gyak feared it.
Even Saskamet claimed he feared it.
We were forced to flee the astral. As Kamal actually seems unnerved by this, as even Whistler normally Steel says oh, this actually is kind of frightening, because Whistler understands the scale of Saskamet.
We didn't technically make it deactivate at all, did we?
No,
It was still buzzing with activity, just not open.
it was Varga who closed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah,
I remember pieces, yeah. Sorry.
I have concerns. I must send a sending spell to Ledger. I need clarification on something. I need answers to questions I have. and only he potentially will have them. I
But
excuse
make sure you share with us.
if he is able to share. He has been unwilling to share certain information with me as well.
Well, that is Ledger. He can be a right pain.
He believes in... He's protecting us.
Yeah.
As she shakes her head, I don't always agree with his methods.
It's true, but it does keep a whole lot of stupid people from trying to talk to Adam directly.
I need to make closer association with Atom as well.
That's a good idea, honestly.
Ledger has said that he is someone he can trust, and for that reason I put some minor degree of trust in him. I clearly need to take a further step in order to make sure that I can have a proper conversation with Atom.
Well, you know how we were saying how people who are greedy for power always seem to screw everything up? I swear Adam would be a lot more of a powerful political figure if he would actually use his money for something other than humanitarian efforts and just blowing it on keeping people happy.
Perhaps
I don't
Some
think
people
there's
deserve
enough money
power.
in the world for that to keep people happy.
And yet he keeps a certain dwarf who we know in expensive potions.
As Vessa gets up, I will excuse myself for the time being. Once again, I appreciate you making the time to talk, even if you felt it was not worthwhile. As everybody shakes their head, no, I assume.
Oh yeah.
Exactly that.
Nope.
No, it was-
I anticipate a second one of these meetings once you get done talking with Ledger as he gets up.
I envy your courage, even if it probably doesn't feel like it's courage.
She hesitates for a bit. When you are afraid of everything, you have no choice but to be courageous.
Food for
And-
thought.
As she leaves,
Pretty certain I've seen a few humans who totally went the opposite way with that and just wound up pissing themselves.
as a Whistler. Yeah, no. I don't think she understands that. Not everybody can, when faced with something they're scared of, just goes forward. Even I froze up.
I've seen the demon since I was a child. And even that doesn't give me fuel to move. So I envy it.
It's a great mindset.
Kamal stands up. Well, you guys have given me a lot to think about for the time being. And I'm happy to be working with you. Perhaps it was only by pure circumstance that we ended up working together, but... He smiles. I feel like I can potentially call... I feel like you all will make potentially good family for me someday.
I wouldn't mind working out something like that.
As
Family, huh? She just says it under her breath.
Oh, come on, Callie. You don't trust me yet?
I think the only person I've considered family outside of my father or Tama is the boss, actually. She just looks very thoughtful about it. Like, Not angry, not anything, just thoughtful, like, huh.
Okay. That's a pretty good standard, actually. That lady's made an entire city of misfits.
She made a nest.
Oh yeah, that too.
We got it. We
It's not to
squeezed
go
it.
there, but
We got it. We squeezed it in.
perhaps one day you'll see the mural. It's not in a public area, so
Oh no, we got to see it. Remember?
nope, you didn't get to see it.
I thought we got to see it, and you even had to.
No, I had
It
to
was
work
like
on
touch
it.
up.
Yeah, Callie had to work on it, but by herself.
Yeah, the rest of you guys.
You have to have approval to be in the living areas for the escorts.
Yeah. So Doug actually
Oh,
didn't
okay.
see it.
I thought
That's
that
when
the
you
mural
went-
was a part of her her thing that we went through
Nope.
in her place. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, mostly it was getting the paints and stuff, and then while she was working on it, you and Miraquin went to the bathhouse, I believe.
Oh, okay.
But for the time being, I'm gonna go ahead and say you guys go ahead and retire for the night. Though you get an invitation from Kasim Gerblin and so on to join in playing cards at the table.
Oh, which Doug has to try at least.
All right. In which case, I just say roll me a d20 for that luck.
How do we do? How do we do tonight? Garbage.
Subtract 2 gold from your inventory.
Got it.
I'm so tempted, but also I know that Callie's not a gambler.
Also, what you find?
Wait, you
sitting
said
at-
there's darts. Oh, fuck yeah. She'll play darts with someone, actually.
Probably with Kasim, he likes darts. But yeah, Doug, what you find out that Gerblin is insane at playing cards. Like, the woman does not lose, she does not make bad calls. Ever. As for calligraphy, you have a friendly dart contest with Kasim. You obviously handedly beat him, but he takes it all in stride and remarks that I guess the eagle shots don't translate just from your ability to fire a bow.
She even offers to blindfold to give him a chance.
But anyway, you guys go ahead and retire for the night, and before we head into next day slash perhaps even a brief time skip, I'm gonna say it's time for us to take a brief 10-minute break.
Appreciated. I had a very big drink.
I just hit the.
I have no drink left.
Yep. So it's time for you to get a refill, and it's time for me to go get a drink and perhaps use the bathroom. But yeah, we'll be right back, and we'll continue on with this. So far, it is in fact a good session.
Jeez.
I love it.
All right. Alright, I'm back. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, shit.
And I'm here too.
Yay!
About 5 minutes, Sam will bring me my tea that I set to steep. But yeah. You enjoying...
My tea, woman!
Jesus fuck. You enjoying your session so far, Kaze?
Yeah, I'm just tired is all.
I'm sorry, I know how that is. Especially because you weren't able to go to bed because of brain wouldn't let you sleep.
Yep.
All right, we'll see. Maybe get an hour and a half out of session, and then call it. How's that sound?
That sounds good to me.
Let's not pick any fights if we can help it.
Did
Unless it's with
That'll
the
be
commoner.
up to the random encounter table.
Yeah. Don't pick a fight with the random encounter table. It always wins. the house.
It's fine. He'll lick the poison blade and die. We don't have to do it for him.
Okay, that's fair. That's the only one. That's the only thing on the random counter table that literally resolves itself. One, two, three. Yeah, it's this one.
And of course, don't forget, if you put up the slideshow, take it down.
Yep.
I actually had to pull up, I pulled up the map because I was ready to start spouting more names, but then I was like, oh, it pulled up really small on the screen I'm on, so I'm like, oh no! I was going to say the name of the forest, and then I couldn't see it in time, so I was just like, the cursed forest.
All right, so a night playing some card games, and I just need to fix something on a character really quickly. Kasim should actually be at full health by now, because he actually recovers a little bit faster than the rest of them. I suck at math. Fixed. Whereas you should have 3 more HP. Alright, so, with a night spent playing cards and after a heartfelt talk inside of the cargo bay, where we got to learn a lot more about our NPCs that are traveling with the party, you guys spend the night playing cards, kind of shooting the shit with the crew. In Callie's case, playing darts with Kasim. Before you guys head to bed for the night. Unfortunately, the next morning when Bessa talks to you all, she doesn't have better news from Ledger, as it seems like he didn't really have any information of real value to provide. Something that upsets her, but she just kind of says when he's ready to talk, he'll talk.
Little dumb.
2 days pass. 2 days pass with nothing of real interest happening. It continues to rain, of course. But just for the sake of, making sure you guys are getting appropriate ways to spend your downtime. What do you guys do on your 2 days off? On the 2 days that transpire?
Training.
More training. All right. Can you roll me 2 DC 20 strength or dexterity checks? Your choice. Oh!
That one's tough.
I will describe what happened there. Hey, but then... let me go ahead and go onto your character sheet really quickly. You are now in 2 days of training. So, 1 day is kind of uneventful. You're training on the top deck, and you slip, and you fall flat on your ass and hurt yourself bad enough where you're just like, okay, I'm calling it a day there. You do some light lifting, but like no squats or anything of the sort because your ass hurts just a little much. The second day, however, you make some bountiful gains. You start moving stuff up and down the top deck. You do some sprints around the deck. You get a good practice in with your hammer, and even get some nice practice tosses with your javelin. Essentially, practicing by throwing at the dartboard. And yeah, it pays
Or
off.
dartboard.
Yeah, that poor dartboard. What about calligraphy though? What is she doing on her 2 days?
She gets the master tea.
Oh, thank you.
Did you already put honey in it?
Oh no, I did not put honey in it. Thank you.
I thought I had something like that, so give me just a second. Sorry. I thought you were.
Oh, yeah. I'll just go on to what other people are doing.
Oh, well, don't.
Huh? Oh, you don't have your headset on, duh.
It's relevant to not have other people's decision yet.
Thank you. Dispensing thank yous. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So is it raining?
Yes,
It
both days.
Okay. At some point when we sit down, is anything like close to some sort of brush or anything, or is it more open desert stuff?
I would say you definitely pass some brush from time to time. I'll be nice.
So one of the things I wanted to do is kind of a flavor thing. It could just be skipped, I guess. It was Callie needs to stretch her legs.
Yeah, stretch your water, drink some legs.
Yes, and play in the mud.
Mm. So
She's gonna go. So-
using that as a day of rest and relaxation, yeah.
Yeah, so relax and recuperate, and she will offer if anyone wants to go, like, basically just be like, catch frogs, play in the mud.
Del? Frog catching?
I mean, one day I busted my ass.
That would probably be the day you
Oh.
busted your ass, too.
Why not go frog catching and fail miserably? Because, well, actually, I'm a little dexterous. I can maybe do it.
Tell you what, I feel very nice on this. I'll count it as a forage attempt as well. As long as people aren't opposed to the idea of eating frogs. Sam?
I don't think Callie would be bothered by it. She probably doesn't like it a whole lot because she doesn't know how to cook them.
I feel like there's someone in the party who does know how to cook frogs.
And she's already volunteered for cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Now the question is she's probably not willing to go out in the mud,
Nope.
is she? Yeah.
Absolutely refuses.
What about Kamau?
Kamau does. Vessa actually chooses to abstain, not because she's being fussy, but because she doesn't want to attract mud back on the ship.
Callie's just like, your loss. Because she
Oh.
takes her shoes off before she hops off the boat.
Okay, roll me an insight check on Vessa.
It's fine.
When she says that.
Insight.
And that's all I'm gonna ask for, just a quick insight to figure out what her actual problem is.
She sees nothing. Callie's just too excited to get off the boat.
You know what? That is fair. Also, Jesus Christ, these insight rolls from you. It is one of your best skills.
Yup.
It is one of your best skills. And yet...
I can't read shit. It's because
Just
I don't know
oblivious
people.
today.
If I'm inciting people for business reasons or safety reasons, it usually procs fine. But if it's like an interaction with the person on a personal level, it seems to go pretty poorly. So I'm just going to say it's that weird type of fate.
Alright. All I would ask for, conditions are technically favorable for foraging, so just both of you roll me DC 15 survival checks.
Okay.
Don't worry about water. You won't be harvesting water today. Ooh. That's
Ooh.
a not good roll
Like-
from Delg.
Doug just kept chasing the frogs, never catching them.
He kept getting stuck in the mud to his knees.
That too. Hey,
Sorry.
it's my knees and half of your ankles.
She's actually, oh god. I mean, she is taller, but she's actually really, she's what, 5, what'd I make her? I have it here. Don't I? No. I think she's only like 5'4"-ish.
Yeah, she's actually.
So
quite
she's
tall.
taller than me in real life, but she's pretty short compared to the average human.
Babe, that's not a high bar to jump.
It is for me.
And Doug is pretty tall for a dwarf.
That is true. Also, when you guys go out frog hunting, Gerblin joins.
Oh, that'd be fun. Heck yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, half of it, Callie's just enjoying splotching around in the mud. We'll call it splotching, yeah.
Splotching.
Sure. It's better than the other word that I almost said, and I'm like, nope.
Also, I'm still waiting for that survival check from Callie. Oh, it's right there. I'm stupid.
I was like, what? I did it, and I failed, because it was 15, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, I failed. I was just too busy being excited and getting stuck in the mud. Thankfully, I left my shoes on the boat.
I'm just rolling for a few other people. My goodness.
Kamal and Whistler pulling it out.
They tied.
Getting the job done.
Oh, maybe they made a contest of it.
Yup.
That
Where is
I could see that.
Dodging's recruit? Gerblin. Oh, she's not proficient in this.
That's okay. She doesn't have to be.
Watch her do it great.
Oh my god!
She's like, no,
I'm not even
like
good at
this.
this, and I'm the champ.
So, you guys go out to play in the mud at the end of the first day to get some real rest and relaxation done. Callie and Delg fail to catch any frogs or anything. They're having too much fun playing around in the mud, having a genuinely good time, all things considered. Meanwhile, Kamal and Whistler both catch some decent sized frogs and are pretty proud of themselves. That is until Gerblin reappears completely covered head to toe in mud and holding like a 7-pound frog.
I think I won!
No, they call it that big.
I think that's the biggest frog I've ever seen.
I think it wants to eat her.
I mean, we're close enough to goblin territory where the frogs start getting this big.
And Callie just checks it to make sure it's obviously not a poisonous frog, but
You make a good point because Gerblin wouldn't be able to distinguish the difference. Roll me a nature check. DC is 10.
I'm not good at nature either, let's be honest, but I'm okay at it. Just not as good at my survival, so.
Hey, that's a 20.
Oh, that's a 20, soft 20.
It is in fact not a poisonous frog and is actually edible.
Yeah, it looks like it's a safe one to eat. So
Oh,
we can
yeah.
bring.
I love roasted frog!
I have well, I already established I have no idea how to cook things without burning it. So I hope someone else knows how to cook this.
Technically I do, but maybe not with the seasonings that you guys like, so I might actually ask Ember for advice on this.
That sounds like a good idea. Like a good idea.
Callie thinks for a moment, thinks back on the rabbits they found before. That explains some of the hunting, I guess. Yeah, maybe she does know what to do with these.
Alrighty. You guys return back to the ship covered in mud as Kasim makes you all stand out in the rain until most of the mud washes out. Before he lets you guys back in, frogs in tow. Frogs in tow. And I was like, frogs and toads.
Frogs and toads.
Oh, shit. We have fun here, guys. Anyway.
Episode title.
Oh, God.
Oh god.
Indeed, when you guys bring the frogs to Ember, she does in fact know how to cook and prepare them, and makes essentially what is the equivalent? Because there are chicken equivalent dishes that you can make out of frog, and that is essentially what she makes for you guys. It's essentially fried frog meat with a side of roasted potatoes and stewed cabbage. With a slightly spicy blend on everyone else, except for Embers, who you notice, except for Vess's, who you particularly notice is bereft of any spice at all. It is quite a pleasant meal, all things considered. Once again, Ember is quite good at cooking.
Who'd have thunk?
Callie just looks at it like, I don't think anyone's made it taste so close to chicken before.
Oh, well, you know, everything tastes like chicken if you try hard enough, says Ember with a smile. As Vessa, once again, what is this chicken?
Maybe I should just try sketch it next time until we can see one in person.
As Ember
I should get a chicken.
By the gods, they did not have chickens in her time. How did your people survive? She says as she walks away.
It
you
must
guys
have
The
been us
wince
good.
from everyone, I imagine. Because she didn't learn.
But yeah, another day passes. Del gets another successful day of training, empowered by the frog meat that he was fed the previous day. He feels quite hoppy and limber himself.
And full of determination.
Eating the frog meat fills him with determination. Delicious.
But did you put on a tutu also? And a band-aid. Sorry.
He may or may not get that reference. I actually don't know if Kaze's played Undertale. Watch Baru
Yeah.
play it.
I watched Baru play it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. You said the determination line, and I'm like, oh boy.
I can get many of the jokes.
Good.
But also, I also think, come here, goat mom. I got business with you about not let me out. Let me out. All you motherfuckers, get out of my way. And then a very, very, very bad time is had.
Oh.
So, fun fact, Vria, and Aduna, she is essentially Goat Mom in my head, plus Loxodon Snout.
I understand
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, that's pretty
That's the
good.
vibe I get from her. She
That's
just
good
makes me
vibes,
think of her.
Anyway, Sam, what is calligraphy doing on her second day?
Okay, aside from the relax, recuperate, let's see. Let's see. Because I know the mud one was actually something I thought of last session. After
That
last
you
session,
really wanted to do.
I really wanted to. I thought it would be fun.
Play in the mud.
Yes, I feel like that's a big time Callieism. Just go play in mud, feel the squish between your toes. I guess you will try. Let's see. If we're not going to try and forage again, I guess we'll read.
Alright, you can subtract another 8 hours off of your woodcarver's tool learning.
Thank you. Actually, if she's left, I was going to say if she's left mostly alone, she might actually go back to Qatar's book.
Oh, do you want to do that? Because I will. Kevin,
Yes.
if you're willing to sit down and be read some lore, well, it can be done.
Unless I can either do wood carving today and then next session. Well, we might make it there. And the next set of traveling, I could do more of it if you feel like it's too much right now. I don't know if I made sense.
Kaze.
What? I thought that was a question to
It was for anyone. So, are you ready for more lore drop, or you want more movement of time? I'm cool
Lore
either way.
drop is good. I like lore.
All right.
All right, Qatar book it is. And I don't know if you have like a goal for me on reading that book, like hour wise, or if it's just going to be more like the previous book reading of.
Pretty much.
Let's see what you roll.
For me, it's you cover one chapter a day.
Okay, I don't know how many chapters are in these books.
In the first book, there are 5.
Okay. Oh, they're long chapters, aren't they?
Yes.
Got it. But also, she probably has to reread some stuff because it's intense. I know that much.
So,
all right, let's go.
Calligraphy, you hole yourself up inside of your private chamber because, this may require a bit of privacy. As you open up The Flaws of Education by Ratak. Chapter 1, Introduction. This chapter starts by introducing the author, Ratak, and how he, like you, the reader, has experienced the harsh reality of the disparity which plagues the Eastlands, which he would believe is why you picked up this book. Ratak starts with an honest confession that he was once tied to the matriarchy, and makes no denial that he grew up in privilege. Acknowledging that this may give reason to distrust his criticism, he instead assures you that it's in fact this very thing that allowed him to come to know and comprehend much of what he is now going to share with you. He pontificates. A man is not judged by where he comes from, but where he chooses to be and how he chooses to act. And he is firmly a man of the people, and for the people, and would prefer death than to be considered one of them. Them, of course, being in reference to the matriarchy. He is stern that the cost of his questioning and his attempts to be an individual of morals was to be put through torture and to feel pain and suffering to dissuade him from the path of seeking the truth. He emphasizes the importance of the truth, but the difficulty in finding a reliable source of it, and asks you that if the value of the matriarchy and the Church of Shemesh is truth, then why do they try so hard to obfuscate it? And why do they make it a painful pursuit to find it? That is where Ratak believes it is both his right and duty to do what they have not done. If you will allow it, he considers himself your humble guide in finding truth to the madness of why it is the people who compose the backbone of the Eastlands suffer, while those whose job it should be to protect, teach, and guide them benefit from their suffering and ignorance.
Oh boy. As we were already led to believe, he's telling the truth.
I can already tell you the name of chapter 2. Name of chapter 2, How History is Told.
It's not.
Alright. But that was what calligraphy did for the day. You guys, once again, day passes, stuff is done, and we hit ourselves upon... Nope, I need this document. Day 6 of the trip. Alright. Day 6 is the first break that you guys have from the constant and perpetual rain. Whereas instead of being a constant downpour, it is finally just heavily clouded. Most of the day goes by without anything of real interest or importance happen. That is until someone on the top deck, likely Kasim or anyone who is keeping watch, spots in the distance a traveling caravan of merchants with carts drawn by Ilkuku, passing about a good 500 feet away from where the ship is. As it is noted that when they spot your ship, they kind of wave their arms as if to flag you guys over to where they are at. As this makes Abu Sama and Yamin incredibly excited. they're more than happy to get off this ship that they've been cramped up in for several days now, to get some interaction that isn't just with, the people on board this ship. Whereas Kasim himself seems a bit wary and approaches the party before making a decision. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we are being flagged down by a group of caravanners over there. My question to you would be, do you trust them enough to try and do some business? Or do you want to just kind of tell them to fuck off and continue on with our journey?
I mean, you're captain. You need anything?
I could see. He looks over at Abu and Sama and Yamin. Personally, I don't need anything, but I think Abu, Sama, and Yamin would appreciate some time to stop and actually stretch their leg and interact with some people that aren't just themselves. Or us, for that matter.
You don't think they might be a security risk given we're going the long way?
I don't think I see anything wrong with them. They look to be just normal people, though you guys are welcome to take a closer look. Personally, my concern is not that they're goblins per se, but that they are Jackowares in disguise. That has happened to me before. As he looks over at calligraphy.
She kind of just twitches like, not that again. Well, this time I have a bow that will help us with something like that. I'll make sure they won't catch us sleeping.
As a Kamau, personally,
Which I'll make sure is out of sight.
Personally, if it's for the sake of morale, I would prefer for us to stop and for Abu, Sama, and Yamin to get a chance to go shopping. As Vesa, I do not have any money of which to shop. However, I would not wish to deprive Abu, Sama, or Yamin of the privilege of shopping, simply because I don't have anything I desire. Though my concern lies more with how Delg believes that it is a potential security risk.
I just had a, idea of maybe these people are not exactly just merchants. They might be scouts.
Oh, like is this even an area where you would expect to see people venturing through?
Yeah, that right along with that. Yeah.
As opposed to someone trying to scout for attacking later.
As Ember actually is the one chimes in. Oh no, this actually runs by one of the more frequent trade routes. It's a little off course, but it's also been raining for several days, so perhaps they haven't been able to use the stars to navigate to stay on an exact trail. Personally, I'm for stopping and shopping. Also, I like to give a little bit of business to local caravans and merchants. It helps keep the economy flush.
Oh, dude. Hell, if the trader says that we're near a trader, let's go do some trading.
Very well.
Seems
then.
fine to me.
Says Kasim as he brings the ship in closer to the caravanners who stop and appear to immediately start setting up a camp of sort for their goods. As Kasim brings the ship down ever so slowly as he turns to mostly to Delg and Calligraphy and Whistler, who also voiced some concerns. You guys just do me a favor. Make sure they are on the up and up. If they turn out to be Jackowares, kill them.
Simple enough.
I'm going to stay on board the ship, just in case. He says, giving a wink.
Sounds good. Come on, Kylie, let's go. You detect Jackowares. Other than when they're trying to eat you.
Unfortunately, I don't know any other way either. But if they seem to be hungry towards you or the others that are not me or metal, they didn't seem quite as interested as in trying to eat me or Pip. So, regardless, I have my scimitars, so.
And I have my teeth at the ready just in case as well.
And the only thing I do remember is you need magical weapons. I think we're good on that front now.
Thankfully now.
Oh yeah, that took forever. Just me bonking them.
I understand that pain. Anyways, let's go bodyguard, I suppose.
Alright. Once Abu, Sama, and Yamin are like in this camp of merchants, they are like kids in a candy store, like looking at all the shiny bits and baubles and shooting the shits with the merchants. Who, I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys the pass on this one. Don't turn out to be jack-o'-wares. However, some other minor scrutiny turns up something else. I would just ask for a perception check from everyone. It's DC 10.
Don't fuck it up.
Yep. Those are good.
Does a 28 do it?
Yeah, 28 does it. Can you roll one for? Actually, Whistler finding out this information would mean nothing to him. So actually, I won't have him roll that.
And then a little bit of heartburn. I'll be right back.
No problem. I understand how that goes. Oh boy, this is a skill she's really bad at. Yay! She's bad at the skill she's bad at. Let's wait for Kaze to get back. Take the rest of this tea. Bah.
Also, I just in case I said it at a bad time, Callie is going to put her bow of warding inside her one of these days I can remember words, but today is not that day.
Well, you're tired, and
Yeah, her thingy where she could keep her arrows,
well,
because I believe it has a place where she can keep the bow itself.
yes, it does. It does that.
So that they can't identify it by looking at it and know.
Hey, this person has money.
Yeah.
Money.
Yeah, and she'll make sure her cloak is kind of pulled over her scimitars a little bit too. But yeah,
All
Did
right.
we
she's
find
trying to look
sneaky
not
ones?
intimidating, but
Oh, that's what she's doing. Okay.
yeah, she's trying to look not intimidating, not like she has money, and also not let loose that she has the bow of warding.
Alrighty. So with those perception checks, Del, you notice that these people all have a standard uniform on them, where it's like they have a badge on them that has that appears to be like kind of whitish in color, with like a smiling mask and an array of animals underneath it. And Calligraphy, you notice the same thing, and it looks incredibly familiar to you.
Oh boy.
The reason why, in Calligraphy's case, especially why it looks incredibly familiar, you remember that dwarf Vidrak Pillar Cracker?
No.
He was a member of the same organization as these people. The Porcelain Menagerie.
Oh no.
The emblems for the guild are sewn into the rows. However, just from a cursory of when you walk in, these guys aren't the slavers or transporter of quote-unquote rare good that Verdrak was, but instead seem to be more like just humble merchants.
Who are part of a bad organization.
Once Vessa gets in range where she can actually spot the emblem herself without the failed perception check from spotting it from a distance, which means she's about in the little camp they've had set up when she sees the emblem on them, and immediately turns around.
Yeah, I was about to say, Callie is not, absolutely not.
As let's see. As Ember, what she sees the emblem on them as well, she gets a frightful look on her face and immediately hurries back onto the ship. As Kamal not really understanding and Delg having no context to understand, and Delg and Whistler having no context to even understand, kind of seem a bit odd about that. That was a rather strange reaction.
Are
we not doing business?
Oh, sorry, Sam. One more time.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand how we're grouped together. Obviously, those two are just like, nope. But Callie would just kind of, obviously she's nope as far as spending, but she still has a job to do from the captain, which is to make sure people are safe. And she doesn't really feel like they're safe if she leaves them alone either. But she will definitely lean to, or she'll definitely like reach out to I'm sorry, to Delg and Kamal and just kind of shake her head.
What's wrong?
They're not from a good organization, we'll say.
Are they cultists?
Just shy of it, you could say.
Well, as long as
I will not support spending money with them. It's better spent elsewhere. However, I don't get to decide that for them. She says, motioning to the crewmates. She does not want to let them spend money, but she also knows that it will not look good. So she's kind of torn.
One of the older gentleman traders makes a gesture over to your group, beckoning you guys closer.
Hey, Whistler, do me a favor and run back to the ship and make sure that Ember and the captain have a nice talk.
You got it. As Whistler scampers back up.
And we'll go talk to that merchant.
As the merchant greets you guys with a smile. Hello and welcome to my humble shop. Can I interest you in any random bits or bubbles?
Not me in particular. Security detail for the happy children over there.
I see. But you see, I do not believe they are capable of affording as he looks closer, my finest wares.
Oh, undoubtedly. They're just regular crewmen looking to have a nice time. Thanks for setting things up real quick for them.
Oh, of course. The Porcelain Menagerie always serves. Might I interest you in something, though? You all seem like the kind to have money. I have this magical pair of earrings which allow you to communicate with friends from across the room. This lantern which never goes dim. This pen which allows you to write secret messages. Or some spell scrolls.
I'm not really in need of a thing of of a lamp that never goes dim. You know?
Right. You are a dwarf, and you guys can see in darkness, same as your. He looks at calligraphy. You're a slave there.
Oh no. Oh, you done, Callie? Please don't.
Callie just gently touches his his back, like she's standing behind him. She's not standing up front because she absolutely would have not approached. She kind of touches his back in a play along. If he can interpret that way, I'm okay with the rules. If
He
that's
would
preferred.
he would have
He would
turned
not
back
see
to her to begin placating what he thought was going to be an almost immediate verbal assault.
Do you see a sharp look from her? And then just, like, it just looks away.
You see, she
Like, she's
doesn't
not
like
starting
that
shit.
word. As he turns back to the merchant, and it gets half the time she goes a little nuts.
I see, I understand how it is.
She's
Blood
my
sis-
companion.
Blood sisters are so temperamental like that, but they sell for a good price on the market.
I'm sure.
She's gritting her teeth so hard.
You do much traffic in that sort of person.
Oh, of course. All members of the Porcelain Menagerie are required to do some degree of slavery. Not all of us can transport them, but selling them and buying them from time to time, we have to do that.
I see. Well, I'm personally not in a buying or selling need.
That's a shame. That's a shame. There's so much coin to be made. Your blood sister there, for instance. 10,000 gold easy on the market.
Oh, she's worth more than that. I guarantee you. I ain't selling her for nothing.
She seems a bit scrawny, though.
Exactly.
Callie is watching the others, by the way, just ready for them to be done.
I mean, just look at her. Hawk-eyed.
Maybe you're right. She could go for 15,000. As he's finishing the word Kamau. Okay. I think I'm done here.
Be back on the ship?
As Kamau gives a nod. I'm going to be heading back to the ship, but before that, he turns to the older gentleman. I need you to do something for me. What would that be, my fine gentleman from the south? You need to apologize to calligraphy. What? You need to apologize to calligraphy. Sir, that is just, I should remind you. He says he lifts up his shield. I'm a cleric of Gaddock. We don't look well on those who disturb peace and home, and that especially applies to slavers. You will not have my business, but she will have her apology. He shakes his head. At the very least, I won't have your business, sir. As he snorts, as he heads back to the ship. Whew. Weird guy.
Yeah.
They've become friends. And he is a cleric.
I see. Not less to fear from a cleric than a paladin. So I really can't interest you in my more expensive wares.
Oh, no, sir, I'm afraid not. I just don't have a quite use for them properly.
As you are having that conversation, it appears that Yamin, Abu, and Sama have got their goodies.
Oh,
As they
and
head
it
back
looks like everybody's coming back. Thank you very much, sir.
Of course, anytime. And as I said, if you're ever willing to make a bit of coin, you definitely have some people that look like they could sell for some value.
I know it. You have a good day, sir.
Of course, he says with a smile.
By the way, throughout all of it, Callie has just steadily gotten more and more feral, even though she's quiet and watching the others waiting.
Wow, morale improved by 3. Good job.
Ooh. Callie's morale did not increase.
Callie's morale went down. The crew's morale, however, just went up.
I can easily say the rest of her day is going to spend in the training area.
Yep.
She's going to be aggressively attacking things.
Hey, look, it's what I'm already doing. She can aggressively beat the shit out of me.
Alrighty. So
Ooh, some scimitar training.
You guys return back to the ship, and as Callie said, she's doing some training. As it turns out, Bessa and Ember are willing to share why exactly it is they immediately left. Once you guys have reconvened back up, and the ship is on its way.
Yeah, I would say Callie would definitely question how Vessa knew.
Bessa. Well, once you guys are kind of up and on your way, Bessa. I'm surprised you were able to stick around for as long as you did. You know they do business with those Black Sun cultists.
Lord have mercy. What the hell is wrong with them people?
As Ember, they're deplorable monsters owned by the Vizier of Samuga, Umar Nurani.
Oh, well.
Well, Shell owned by him, she says, rolling her eyes. They're also the miserable sacks of shit who sold me into slavery.
Oh. Well.
This is the second time one has tried to offer on me.
Yeah, I think they generally see anything abnormal as just turn them into property.
As Whistler grits his teeth. I should have ripped out their throats.
I was kind of hoping that you would get the captain to come over here and call them boys back quicker.
As Whistler. Oh, I certainly tried. As Kasim, unfortunately, I made the decision to let them finish. As he looks over at the crew, who are incredibly happy, all things considered.
They probably ain't noticed shit. To be honest, I'd love to kill them, but we don't need any more eyes on us.
One thing to notice, you see Kamau is currently at one side of the ship, kind of sitting down cross-legged, just like breathing in and out steadily, but not saying a word.
The one I met before, he had the mind-wiped Thrygreen as slaves. Nearly tried to boot me off of his boat when we tried to get safely back to town after being attacked by sand sharks.
They're even more reprehensible than I imagined then. As Ember, oh, you don't know the half of it, sweetie. You
Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. It's one of those things that if we could really prove in a court of law that Vizier Vizier Nurani owned them, we could do some real harm to his reputation and potentially get him out of office. But unfortunately, noble bastards like that are always smart about how they commit their crimes.
Slaves are just too good of an economic force.
That's why they have no problem admitting it in front of nobodies.
As Kamau stands up from where he is, as he walks over to where you guys are. I need to apologize. I lost my temper.
No, we shouldn't try that again.
Kelly just looks like
Ellie
just
wanted it, and she still damn near tore him apart.
I didn't want to make a fuss.
Yeah,
I saw the logo, but I had a job to do. But she kind of reaches a hand out and just pats Kamau. I appreciate it though.
The slight anger he had in his face instantly melts away. It's my duty.
that it is. And just because I can play act like that pretty easily doesn't mean that you should.
He shakes his head. You are a stronger man than I am for being able to keep a calm head in that situation.
Oh, strength got nothing to do with it. You just get used to it. Hang around a few lying bastards. You figure out how to do a touch of it yourself.
I see.
Perhaps I should tell you a story about our infiltration of Nagul, the cult of Nagul, later.
Oh, now that was a trip and a half. Holding an alliance with Nyogi for even a moment?
As Vessa just like...
Kelly shakes her head. I did no such thing.
True.
As Whistler, I also agreed to absolutely nothing. I would sooner rip out a Nyogi's throat.
And as we all predicted, it's exactly what wound up happening.
Good times, except for the parts that weren't good. The best part was ripping out their throats.
Callie just looks up at Kamau. Before meeting Delg and Whistler, I had to make nice with the cult's leader. Pretend that we were going to be traitors with them. There's worse things you could have to do.
As he seems to be struggling with that. It is a decision that one can make. It is that would be a struggle for me, as I wish to be honest with myself.
I found a way not to lie exactly. For most of it. Regardless, I didn't have much choice. He's dead now. So that's good.
Yeah, that was a good fight.
This has been a rough day mentally for me. I think I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. Says Kamau as he takes a leave. As Vessa, I truly have troubles understanding the large one.
How so? He's a good man.
I think if you'd heard the conversation, you probably would understand better.
Perhaps. I simply wish not to be around people who brought supplies to the Black Sun cult. Their ability to thrive was based on the porcelain menageries of frequent frequent shipment of supplies.
I'm not a fan of it at all. However, if we all immediately turned tail and left, did no business whatsoever,
As-
probably would have brought some attention on us that we didn't need right now.
That's true, says Ember. Also, it seemed to make Sama, Abu, and Yamin happy, and that makes Kasim happy. More importantly, it keeps them from becoming riotous or causing problems on the ship, and I can swallow my pride, though not do business with those bastards, long enough for them to get their giddies on.
Yeah, it did them well enough. And we didn't blow our cover.
That's certainly the most important part to me as well, sweetie. She says she gives you a little pat on the head.
But yeah, let's never bother talking to them again if we can help it.
Indeed. If you manage to spot porcelain menagerie badges on people, just maybe we have a conversation with me, and I'll make sure we don't set. I'll tell a pleasant little white lie regarding whether or not we're on close to a trade route.
I think next time, before we agree to have the crew go out there, we check first.
That seems a bit better.
You know what? That just feels like pristine wisdom. I'm for it.
It's the best way we can come out of it more cleanly, I
I don't know
think.
about you guys, but I need to work off a little bit of steam. That got me a little hot under the collar. And unfortunately, there's not a rainstorm here to cool me off.
I'd like to hit something.
Hit something. Wait, are y'all joining me for training?
Against my better judgment, I believe I am willing to join your training regimen.
Oh, today's gonna be a good day.
As Bessa, I will also agree to join your training regimen.
Ooh.
Whistler, I ain't got nothing better to do.
Allie thinks to herself for a second. I'd like to check on Kamal real quick on my way there.
Good idea.
And yeah, I think Callie will actually go check on have a quick convo with Kamal.
All right. In the meantime, Doug, go ahead and roll me that DC 20 strength check.
Push the button. There it goes.
Push the button. Oh my
Easy
god!
win.
I think that puts you on 3.
Yep.
All right. Meanwhile, while everyone else gets immediately started into training, Calligraphy goes down to check on Kamal.
So she'll knock on the door, of course.
Give me just a moment. Oh my god! Good job, Whistler. I just need to take care of,
The rolls.
Yep.
I have a reason behind it that actually ties to the training, though.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Ember. Oh boy, this is not going to be good for her. Dexterity or strength? Well, definitely not strength. Haha. No. That's just a no. She wasn't built different for that. Vessa was. Okay, so
Should I go ahead and roll mine? Because I will be doing it, but...
yes, go ahead and roll yours.
Okay.
And it's, you can use dexterity or strength, and it's flat. Oh shit! One short.
Damn. Okay.
I'm allowed to use my second wind on her, can I?
No.
And I actually don't think I'm at the level yet where I have that
It's
ability,
next
right?
level for you. It's
Yeah,
next
that's
I
like-
have second wind, but I don't have the ability yet.
Yeah, I think that's a what?
level
Shift? No,
Yeah.
not tact shift.
tactical. Not tactical shift. Fuck. Tactical assessment. Is that what it's called? Whistler has it. Fuck.
Yeah, she's only fighter 1 right now, so
Tactical mind.
she's missing a few things.
Tactical mind.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah, you need 2 levels, man.
That will be her next level. Will be in fighter. Anyway,
All right. So you go down to Kamal's room, where you knock on the door, but you don't hear a reply. Though you can definitely hear he's inside.
okay. She'll softly say through the door, I'm sorry for bothering you, but I thought I'd offer if you want to join the team for training exercise.
You hear the sound of it. You hear the sound of his massive frame getting up as he opens the door. I suppose that is a more productive use of my time than moping in my room.
Rest is still productive, but I thought I'd offer so you weren't disappointed later, since it seems everyone has agreed to join.
Well, if it's a community thing, I would be remiss not to join. Thank you.
She nods, awkwardly, but she nods. And yeah, I guess they'll head on over to the training area.
Oh god.
Let off some steam with everyone.
Kamal's strength and dexterity are perfectly tied. Shit. If only
What
it was
does he do?
So is he feeling brute strength or not today?
Nope. He's
Nope.
not. He is not into it.
He's not into it, but he was enjoying doing it with everyone at least.
Yeah.
There's still that. There's still the community bond, which is what I was aiming for there.
So yep. You guys spend a day training on top of the ship. And I'm going to just for flavor, Delg leads the charge on what training exercises you guys do. Which is probably why Ember and Kamal are particularly not good at it, because he probably chooses some sort of strength-based thing. Which is funny because two of the people that passed, and almost everyone rolled a dex-based thing except for Delg. But yeah.
Callie's got Muppet arms.
Muppet arms, but lithe and limber body.
Exactly. But at least it's kind of like everyone getting to see each other in a form of action without being distracted by enemies. You know.
Alrighty. The next day, actually something interesting happened. Another day of something interesting happens. And let me just highlight, because now we are on day 7. You guys are 7 days into the trip.
Woo!
Unfortunately, it starts to rain again. However, early in the day, you notice that Kasim is awake, as you guys see a second ship pulling up close to the Dawn Chaser. Kasim, of course, tells you guys not to worry about this, as actually this was a scheduled thing that he was supposed to do. This is actually a ship that is dropping off the cargo that you guys are going to be trading with the Thrycreen. At least the hope is that you guys can use what this ship is dropping off to you guys in the hope of bartering safe passage. On top of that, Kasim has also handed off trade goods that, once the mission is over, he's supposed to deliver to Aduna. As a part, he's supposed to deliver to Aduna.
Except for a thing of milk. Now.
Yeah. Let's see.
We might be able to barter depending, keep it at the base or barter some of it off to the last sand.
One thing that is interesting, and I'm gonna just note this before I ask you guys what you choose to do with your quote-unquote free day, is that later on that night, once you guys are back on course and moving again, you notice that Kasim actually essentially calls everyone to stay out of the lounge area, as he seems to have a private meeting with someone via the sending table. After which he reveals to you guys that it's simply his mentor that he has to talk to and rep on. And it's a part of his provisional license that once a week he has to sending reports to his mentor and rep on for assessment of how he's performing as a captain so that he can end his need for supervision and receiving his official license as the captain. A part of his scoring system, and this is more just for sprinklings of flavor, he's scored on his ability to chart a course, leadership, the crew's morale, the ship's status, and the profits and losses that the ship has made. And the way he tells you is, with this report, he actually did incredibly well, save for one failing mark, one that he always fails on. And that is his need to rely on somebody else to take care of the magical functionings of the ship for him.
Wait, you're supposed to do Gerblin's job.
Not really the engine stuff, but I'm supposed to be magically capable.
Oh, you're supposed to be a caster of some kind.
He gives a nod, because if something happens to the engineer, it would be the captain's job to make sure that the F-Corps can keep functioning.
Oh.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, if they stop functioning properly, they explode.
That's definitely can happen, as Gerbil said.
That was actually kind of a niche case scenario. That F-Core that I was working with before we got this fixed up, it was a piece of shit. Like, the most miserable piece of garbage that has ever existed. I was holding that thing together with goblin spit in a dream, and I was running out of spit.
Okay, but this one, you have to go through a very specific process to get it to blow up, yes?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now
Walk me through that process.
She looks at you for a bit.
You're not gonna blow up the ship, right?
No, I'm gonna punch anybody who ever dares do the things that you're about to
Oh yeah,
destroy.
sure. No, I'll teach you then.
As Kasim turns to Gerblin, you will do no such thing, Gerblin. Do not teach him how to do it, because what if someone can read his mind and figure out how to do it?
They have to deal with my hammer.
He's got a very convincing argument sitting on the side of his hip.
You think someone can break into a dwarf's mind? As a very strong person.
God damn it. Fine, Gerblin, you can tell him if you want to. I don't give a shit anymore. I got one of the best assessments I've gotten in in a month. So, I'm in a good mood. I'm going to go drink some alcohol in my room to celebrate. There's a barrel of Brackmandor Legacy inside of the cargo bay.
Half a barrel.
Half a barrel of Brackmandor Legacy in a barrel in the cargo bay. You guys are welcome to the entire thing. My treat.
Hell yeah, I love Brackmandor Legacy.
Gerblin says with a big old smile. But yeah, outside of that little bit of thing, what everyone decided to do with their day off.
Good question.
Probably should do more training.
More training. All right, roll me another strength check.
Gotta make Vegeta proud of me.
That's fair.
Damn it!
Damn it! You are a failure!
No!
My pride!
My pride!
Alright, Vessa's actually gonna do some training as well.
Because she did so good before? Aww. Well, she tried.
Ember is going to be doing her own private thing, and Kamau is actually going to engage in some training with you as well. So the last person to ask is Calligraphy. What are you up to? Up, failed for Kamau. Sad
Aw.
face.
He got closer.
Yeah, you got closer.
Closer.
I'm kind of torn, but I think Callie's probably unsettled and keep watch. I think makes sense.
Ooh. Whistler did balance training as well. So a day keeping watch.
Yeah.
All right. And before the next major event, or rather the next event of note happens, you guys get an additional 2 days. So I'm gonna ask you after this. We're gonna call it, by the way. So I'm just gonna ask what you guys are doing for the next 2 days. Get that out of the way, and then we'll pick up on day 10 of your journey next time we meet up. But yeah, what do you guys do with your last 2 days?
Training.
All right, just roll me.
I got 4 more days to get in.
To get in the best shape of your life. All right,
Reading.
Go ahead.
Reading.
All right, in the case of Doug, roll me 2 more strength checks. And what is Callie? Oh,
There's one.
what is Callie choosing to read? That's 2.
Bam, baby.
Boom, baby.
Nice. She's probably reading the Qatar book because she's just like for the first day she's keeping watch because she's got that nervousness over the merchants bringing more issues. And then it's more back to I need to know more. We got to fix some shit.
Alrighty. So, I'm just going to read 2 more chapters of the Qatar book for you, and then we're going to call it there. Seems reasonable.
All right.
So,
Fun times.
Chapter 2, How History is Told. Ratak starts by asking you to question the convenience of history and how it works to paint the matriarchy, the council, and the Church of Shemesh in a positive light. The matriarchy, as we've been told, are a leadership that has always striven for unity and peace. The Ashoka, the Maurya, the Zafar, and the Humayun, as we are taught, saw land and people struggling to survive and came together under the blessings of Shemesh to become the matriarchy, and built Svarga as a heaven or paradise on earth. Even an extreme optimist wouldn't believe the convenience of those teachings, and yet despite knowing this cannot be true, it is what we are taught, what we are told to accept, and what we eventually come not to question. Ratak admits that they are not entire fools, so much as to deny that there were no wars or there has been no conflict under their leadership. For example, the deposing of Raja Pektal Maurya, one of the more violent civil wars of the Eastlands, is no secret, and she is correctly condemned by history as a greedy and appalling affront to their values. That is the values of the matriarchy in the Church of Shemesh. He postulates to you, though, why is it that great lengths have been taken to paint this as a rare exception, as a singular outlier that was quickly handled, and once these issues were resolved, everything quickly came back to peace, and that the Council of Nine, which was instated immediately after, was merely the matriarchy assuring the people and giving them a voice, and not some necessary step to create a series of checks and balances that may not have been in place before. He notes, though, that he may be getting ahead of himself in stating such facts. The Council of Nine, of course, is a history of its own, and they themselves would state were just as much a positive and necessary step to a flourishing Eastlands as it has grown beyond a singular city. Just like the matriarchy in the Church of Shemesh, we are educated that they are the voice of the people, and that they keep cities in order. They convey the hearts of the people to the matriarchy, and act and push to move in the best interest of the people. That is certainly what we are educated to believe. But is that your experience? Or is it that there's a fine layer of gilded paint over something darker? So let's talk about history as it happened. And that's one day. Chapter 3, The Truth is Painful. Now that we have touched on history as it is told, let us see history as it has happened. The history that has been hidden deep within tomes of the matriarchy and the council's annals. it is important that we start from the beginning of where the lies and deceptions begin. Before the year 2000 CR, we were not one united empire, but many separate empires and clans, isolated by sand, mountain, swamp, forest, and plains, and only knowing of one another through trade and chance meetings. The Eastlands are harsh, and the truth within the lie is that there are empires, cities, and tribes that came and went, that failed to flourish and died out with a quiet whimper. But life can be had here, and the elemental pockets that open do provide opportunity and growth where in a reasonable case there might not have been. There were several large human and Genasi empires populating the northern and southern coast, as well as even within the heart of the desert itself. The tribes of Safa, the kingdom of Felibanar, the Zephion Empire, the Jipon dynasty, the Order of Jaibul, Clan Crowsnest, and the Ratanza Empire, just to name a few. Do you know of the spanning Tabaxi tribal kingdom of the south, ruled by the Nayes Conclave, the Great Goblin City ruled by the Gabajul Cabal, or even within the seclusion of the Ajabu Valley reigned the Kobold tribes and the Draconic Empire of Shandir Imalath. Yet history does not speak of these empires. Most books that can describe these places speak of them as myth, or ruins, or minor bumps not worthy of anything of mention, and yet they were no less great at one point than our great Svarga. So what happened? Let us ask the four great clans who would become the matriarchy and founders of Svarga, they who warred since their birth, the great Loxodon clans of Ashoka, Maria, Zafar, and Humayon. The Loxodons always knew privilege, having been founded on the most fertile land with access to sea and trade, and gaining mastery of arcane and faith-based knowledge before other denizens of the Eastlands even understood the premature concepts. For centuries they quibbled and warred with one another over petty differences of belief, but 1326 CR saw them ravaged by a virulent plague, killing many of those who fastidiously held to the different beliefs, and in the aftermath, through their faith in Shemesh to overcome the plague, the four clans knew unity and peace. Their peace, however, meant war for everybody else, for as they looked beyond their new kingdom to the non-devout, to those who did not praise Shemesh above all, they were appalled and declared these people heathens. It was a violent 700-year crusade, and one in which they held all the advantage. No kingdom that refused to bend the knee was spared, and like a malignant growth, all who they defeated became a part of their growing kingdom, until they were all that remained. And thus in 2044 CR did they declare themselves the matriarchy, the great unifiers of the Eastland, and with all they had enriched themselves with, their homelands became the foundation of Svarga. Ratak takes a moment to posture, that he doesn't tell you this to rouse you, but to bring truth and clarity to the lie. War is not an outlier, but the basis of foundation on which the matriarchy was founded. The greed of Pektal was not a rare circumstance, but a culmination of the stagnation of an unregulated superpower which ruled the Eastlands with an iron fist till the people grew powerful and wise enough to pose a threat to their oppressors. He speculates how utterly insulting it is that the matriarchy's solution to this problem wasn't to grow better, but to keep people uneducated and grant it so that only those with power and money and who would wish to keep the matriarchy in power would even have the means to educate themselves in such a manner that they might even understand the blissful lie the Eastland lives under, which of course leads us to the Council of Nine, and which would have been Chapter 4, the Council of Shadow. But we have to stop there for today.
Indeed. Oh, I have some thoughts. And I have some questions for Vesa for later.
So, with a productive day, with a couple of productive rays, we are going to begin to encroach on the 10th day. However, that will be a story for next session. Until then, goodbye, everybody. See you in 2 weeks.